and they are so magnificent to behold. But you must try and go one step further. You must ask about those who want to save you, those who want you to return home. Why don't you come to America and learn and then go back home to apply judiciously all those things you have learned abroad? The only way to do it is one way. It is to support what we are doing. We are all Biafrans, everybody is. If you're from Izon, they call it Ijob. If you're from Ishekiri, if you're from Urobo, it doesn't matter if you're from a Ghana. The person that gave birth to the Ghana people is an Igbo woman. The first of woman gave birth to the Ghana people. When we talk about Igbo group and gathering, we don't include the Ghana people. Igede is not there. Even the people of Ibibio that we borrowed or conquer from, we have a conquer in our various communities. It's not original to Igbo people. We got it from Ibibio people. But as soon as we discuss Igbo, we exclude them. One thing binds us together, as I said before. As long as your mother ties two-piece wrapper, you are a Biafra. You are a descendant of the light. You are a child of heaven. The reason why we exist as a people is to worship Chukwu Okike and heaven. That is number one, and number two, to bring light to the world. We are the ones that answer E, light. We are the only people in the whole world who answer the name of the Most High, the creator of heaven and the earth. We answer Chukwu. We answer Machuku. Some will go to church tomorrow and say, we want to praise the Son of God. But some of us here are children of God. Don't we answer Machuku? Of course we do. Which means
you have one here.
Exactly.
Two. Okay.
Directly descended from heaven. We must fulfill our destiny, this obligation we owe to mankind, or else, mark my words today, the evil race will be obliterated from the face of the earth. They will be wiped away clean. The Jews managed to come back after 2,000 years because they had one thing in common, their religion. We have nothing. Some go to Assemblies of God Church, some go to Roman Catholic, some go to Seventh Adventist Church. There is nothing binding us together apart from that blood which we have in our nations. That is all. If we miss this golden opportunity, we are bound to suffer in time to come. I have not come, of course, we love all of you. I like the fact that you're doing very well, all of you in America, but there is one more thing that you must do. You must come out to support what we are doing. We need guns and we need bullets. I know we love life so much. That's why we name the human being a mad. That's why we don't kill. To kill somebody is very difficult for us. So to ask a gathering of people who please that we need guns and bullets and weapons will be very, very difficult for you to digest. But without it, our will overrun us. They have succeeded in planting a torture in Imo State. One big, massive problem we have. The same thing that happened to do in Akwa Ibom. If they succeed in triangulating, because in life everything is in triangle, if they get away, if they take Uyo, if
did say that what is wrong with Igbo is
in Imo State. One big, massive problem we have. The same thing that happened to do in Akwa Ibom. If they succeed in triangulating, because in life everything is in triangle, if they get away, if they take Uyo, if they take Ipob, then we are finished as a people. Completely gone as a race. You will come back home, you don't know the way to your father's compound, because they are coming. Program is everywhere in Biafra land. They will overrun us in a matter of minutes. And the world will not talk about it. Because mankind is afraid of Biafra. They believe that Biafra, after Biafra comes, the world will come to an end. Ask any wise man, they will tell you. They believe that Biafra is the last miracle. Once it comes, life will come to an end as we know it. They will know that they are wrong. We know that this very promise that was made to us a long time ago, only if we go back to the Most High, we will realize our potential must be seen in our lifetime. Biafra is very old. Those who don't know what Biafra, I'm from Afara, a place with BI in front of my village, you have Biafra. So we know who we are. We are not mistaken about our belief in the irreducibility of Biafra as a nation, as a people, as those who have come here to bring life to the world. That's what we answer Iyan. There is no place you go to Mujuku and say, I don't know, not even the Jews answer Mujuku. I'm sure you know what it means. We have a place in Enugu called, what's the name again? It's called Umwan Yibe. Is that correct? The children of the kingdom of heaven. I don't know what else you need. We shouldn't be here in the first place. We should be in our land development. during it. So I can travel all the way from my village and I can go to maybe travel to Amansi and then go back the same night. We have the potential in this room to do it, only if we can rise up to that very challenge. That is why the same way that Israel stood against every God is how Biafra is going to stand. Not just as a pinnacle to the survivability of the people who were downtrodden, people who we have pressed down for very long, but as a willing testimony to the kindness and the goodness of the Most High Biafra. I thank you all very much for listening, and I do hope in time to come that you bring yourselves to appreciate what Biafra is. Thank you very much.
Well, this is, well, I guess we have it last week. Because give them audience, please. We have it last week. We have it now, the chat. I'm people in the demonstration. Okay, I'm Joe calling from Houston, just coming down from Houston. So, only she developed the web have fund to take care of the mother, the father. Now I have to from them. I was thinking about they gave me sleepless nights to compensate how it's all right, because I'm on Army. I've served in the U.S. Army for 18 years. I wrote to the rank of Major. Only have about compensation. Only more here for life. I can take care of you. Like Biafra is a good thing. It's a genuine thing. It's a good thing. But only more because I get some name na people don't know. It's Thank
you very much. In answer to your question, everybody associated with those that died were taken care of by the indigenous people of Biafra until the end of time. We are very huge all over the world, in over 88 countries and counting. We are many. Any of you that saw the video from our back on the 30th of May, where I was talking about remembering those that died, we do that every year, incidentally. With the crowd that came, hasn't been seen in our land ever, not even when the Pope came. Our people came out to honor the dead. We are many, we're going to take care of them. And when we bury them, you see how big we are. We're not just saying it. We believe in on Ruben Nabal also, we implement it. We just don't say it. We do it, make it happen. And on that very day, you will see. We are going to honor them. We are going to take care of the families. Now, on forward.
If I skip you, I'm sorry.
Because I have never heard about you or your program. But the first thing I said when I came in here is about honoring our program. We were talking, and I did say that what is wrong with you?
I don't believe that anybody in
on the tone that I have never. I use the example of the Jewish people, the American people. I'm so happy to hear about what you say you're doing. I know about the Oji River. I don't know what is being done there for the soldiers, but I'm very confused. My confusion stems from what maybe I didn't understand. What exactly is the objective of your movement, number one?
And you will know that P2B in 2005, 2006 ordered the army to do the same.
I didn't get to hear exactly what he instigated me in the 22nd of this month. And then the third one is that, did you make mention of we need arms and stuff? I didn't get that. So I really need to understand these three things.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
Let me start from the last one, please. From what the person I've got asked. On Sunday, the 30th of August, our people came out to commission to evangelize, to preach to others about the need for us to get Biafra. And on the orders of Buhari, they were shot dead. And you will know that P2B in 2005, 2006 ordered the army to do the same thing at the same place in Nnamdi, when members of Massa were shot to pieces, because they felt that you can kill them. Igbo people don't care, which is a matter of fact. We don't care about each other. That is the truth. We may gather once in a while to eat, to party, and to drink, But when our people die, nobody cares about them, nobody talks about them. Now, from that, we now know that the best way to defend yourself is to be armed. Because Boko Haram is everywhere in the zoo, police in the zoo, army in the zoo, navy, zoo, by the way, is Nigeria. That's what we call it, is a zoo. A place full of wild animals. Only those who are not sensible will understand that there is no name like Nigeria before the white man came. I don't even want to call you nigger. Then I'll call you nigger. Because when you say I'm a Nigerian, it means you're a nigger from a nigger area. That's what the meaning of it. Niger is English word for nigger. In Latin, it is nigger. In France, it is called Niger. It means the same thing. And I can't be a nigger. I come from Biafra, a place that's older than Britain. That's number one. So we need guns and we need bullets. And those of you in America will give it to us. Very, very important. And also, on the 22nd of this month, something will happen. It's called the blood moon. Most of you don't know that in 1967, before the war started, there was a blood moon as well. Are you aware of that? It comes once in a while. There was blood moon in 67. There will be blood moon this year, because after this year, we are going to be free no matter what happens. Because if we don't get Biafra, everybody will have to die. As simple as that. And we're not joking. I came from back home for this convention. I stay in Biafra land. I don't stay in London anymore. I stay in Biafra land. I don't want people to underestimate what we are fighting and the type of adversaries that we're facing. Very, very critical. And on the issue of the remembrance of our people, we do that every blessed year on the 30th of May, every year. It's very, very huge all over the world. All over the world. Does anyone have our magazine somewhere? Perhaps you can give to the chair and to our dear sister so they can see the type of things that we do all over the world. Very, very critical. There is only one thing missing, is the involvement and the support of World Igbo Congress. If I remember very, very well, this very important body was set up to do exactly what IPOB is doing today. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no.
Am I wrong? Please correct me. World Igbo Congress was set up to ensure that all these senseless extrajudicial killings of our people should stop. Is that not correct? Is that not correct? Is it continuing or not? They are still killing us. They are deporting us from Lagos, burning our shops all over the place. Our people being rendered useless and homeless. No appointment from Buhari. The oil and gas comes from our land, and we say we are proud to be Nigerians. It's not just possible. It just cannot happen. Thank you very much. Let me answer the question.
Thank you.
All right, two more questions, please.
One more. My name is Udemy. I listened to you very carefully. So there appeared to be some kind of a civility when you began your speech. But after a while, I sensed more or less, well, this is what you have to do. If you don't do it, then what comes after it? My question to you now is that, have you ever thought about the effects of what we're trying to incite? And number two, you know the society where we're in. Where do we go from there? I understand we have concern. Is it possible for the concern to be addressed objectively? We can always reach wherever we want to go.
I'm sorry, your name, please.
Udemy.
Thank you very much. I started with humility, and I believe I ended with humility. If you're Igbo, if you're Biafran, I will respect you and I will submit to you in whatever way, shape, or form that you need me to. I believe in elders and I respect them very much. When I see somebody who's older than me, even by a year, I shake them with two hands. I am never ever rude to anyone. But if you're a Nigerian, I'll be rude to you. That means you are not sensible. It means you're not educated. A white man cannot leave Europe to come to Africa to create a country. For me, it's impossible. If I go to Europe to create a country, would they let me? Do you think they will let me? Can I go to Europe and create a country and say this is Port Okeleke, as I have in Port Harcourt, or say this is Port Odenuche? Is that possible? I'm asking a simple question. Is it difficult to understand? As long as you are an indigenous person. I started with humility, and I believe I ended with humility. If you're Igbo, if you're Biafran, I will respect you and I will submit to you in whatever way, shape, or form that you need me to. I believe in elders and I respect them very much. and I see somebody who's older than me, even by a year, I shake them with 2 hands. I am never ever rude to anyone. But if you're a Nigerian, I'll be rude to you. That means you are not sensible. It means you're not educated. A white man cannot leave Europe to come to Africa to create a country. For me, it's impossible. If I go to Europe to create a country, would they let me? Do you think they will let me? Can I go to Europe and create a country? I say, this is Port Okereke, as I have in Port Harcourt. I say, this is Port Odeniche. Is that possible? I'm asking a simple question. Is it difficult to understand? As long as you are an indigenous person, you know who you are. You have been to school, some of you hold your doctorate degrees here. You cannot come from Nigeria. You cannot come from Nigeria. Your grandfathers are older than your country. Is that possible? How can your grandfather be older than your country? That you claim you come from. It's not possible. As long as you're a Biafran, you have my love and you have my respect. I will honor you anytime, any day. If you stand in front of me and say you're a Nigerian, you have something else coming. I will never respect you because it means you're not sensible. Simple as that. About the implications, we are dead already. They say he that is down, this fear no fall. If you want to live in humiliation, fine for the person. As for me, death is better than living in humiliation.
Thank you. Is the other? Okay. Is there after?
My name is Chief Sorry. And then you walk. And then you walk. Or they move back. One of our fewness. Oh, as a matter of fact, I really thank you.
Oh, yeah, we're going to listen to him.
I really thank you for showing up. Because if not because we have a limited time, I have like one some questions to ask you. But I'm going to ask you questions. Someone had just mentioned about people who die as a result of this cause. What kind of benefit? And you answered it. A lot of us are here and you wanted us to give you the support. And you mentioned guns, you mentioned arms and ammunition. And I also understand that if we make ourselves really open, let's assume we're in Nigeria, you understand the type of cause it is, and that is prison. One question is, if I go to Nigeria and I've already identified and made myself known, and everybody knows, I'm not denying the fact that I'm not a Biafran, and I get arrested to face treason, what are the modalities you put in place, at least, to save my life? What kind of security do you have on ground? Secondly, you talk about being recognized by 88 countries. And at the same time, you wanted us to support you with guns and arms and ammunition. I have seen a whole lot of wars, both in media and somewhere else. When people are fighting or when people are getting ready to fight, they have some international backings. What kind of international backing do you have? What kind of international backing do you have for you as a person at Biafra to achieve this goal? Or do we just have only the recognition without the backing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. On your very first question, what happens if you go home to agitate? What I can say to you is that you can never ever be arrested. Never. Because what you're fighting for, what we are fighting for, is a universally recognized way of setting people free. I'm sure that some of you here are very conversant with the declarations on the rights of indigenous people. Is that correct? That allows us to go and fight for Biafra. That's exactly what we are doing, of which the zoo called Nigeria is a signatory to it via the AU. So that solves that problem. Secondly, in terms of the war supporting us, it doesn't matter if you give us the guns we need or not. We are going to fight anyway. Because Hausa won't let go. They need your oil, they need your gas. They are Lamaji. They don't do anything. They don't do anything in their lives. It's only to depend on oil and gas. So it is either you live as a slave or you fight to be free. The choice is yours. We've chosen to fight to be free than to live as slaves. And in terms of recognition from the countries, we have not done enough to warrant countries to come out in the open, for example, Israel, to say we're supporting you. What have you done for yourselves? If you go to bank to borrow money, at least the bank manager will ask you how much you have. How much?
Yeah. Na-agbazie ndị a mụwafụ na okwu echenjigo ịrụndụ ọbara na-agbasa gị ma ndị agha na-ebe ọgan asị bee ya saịda a na-ebe mmadụ ka ọ dị ndụ eziokwu nna atịkwa m ya 10,300,000 nsi na akaụntụ kwụọ nyefe ego mana ọ bụrụ inye ego bụ isiokwu enwere ndị nyere ego egbukwalụ egbu fada anwakwuo most 20-something million ewe gbukata mmadụ ma ndị a na-enwe ewelu dị ebe a egbuo atụnye wụwa something na oyi 17th ọgụlụ oyi 18th 19th malụ mgbe ha na fada beta argument ebe ha na-ebe mmụọ nsọ bachara mba onwe ndị ya bụ ọbụla egwu atụba fafa asịghị na anyị nwere ike idiktekti ebe a ha chọrọ ha eme ihe ha mara Anambra enwe dị sekuriti a na-eme onye isi fapụta sị fada na ọ chọkwara na irelize mana ọ chọ igosi obe mmụọ nsọ na ya na ya bụrụ ọrụ na fa na afọ ya steady and the second gwakwuo ya that na n'ihe eji ugbu ya nkịtị bụ na maka anọ fada mana na ha chọzi igosi ihe akpọzi amara na ha nwee flagship akpọ ndị otu asị na ebe ọ bụla ndị kampụ ọbụla ihe mme asị dị enweta obe mmụọ nsọ na ndụ chefu ụmụ kelekele ụmụazị bụ egbe a ụmụ ihe ụmụazị na-eme na ha na-eme yahoo ọ bụ ọkwa yahoo akwa kidnapping nke ụmụazị ya basu ịpụ ụmụazị etu a ndị yahoo anụnwa yiri iPhone 13 na-eme I was there na-akpọ ma their girlfriends na anyị nọgide ha nọ 19th 20th 21 22 23 n'ọfịa ejero toilet eliro nne awụrụ arụ atara atụ amakwa m na mmadụ na-anọ mbọsị nọ n'ụlọ ọkụ mmadụ sị na ọ nọ 3 days ejere toilet once m sị na asị amarọ m na ihe a dị possible na ọkwa na 25th si na-efozi 25th akpọpụta maka ọ ga-esi akpọpụta mmadụ asị gị ọya muvi fe na-ama tatatatata agba the person ndị mpụta echegidogo m ehiche ebe a si na-ehiche pụọ ada m ekwuzi maka biznes no pick of my business ada m ekwu maka my parents ada m ekwu and maka this boy nwee Dubai Estate ya na bed mana a na-achọ bed since 1 month akpọbara ọkọ nothing nta wee na-adị ka ka esi egbu mmadụ nna ifu ka esi ele pass my brother ifu ka esi ele ihe a na one boy chi ịgba ọsọ ebe onye ụmụ ụbọchị achịkọrọ anyị ọnụ njubi ọsọ ma ọ nọgo 20-something days de na onye ya na ya sobi ebe a na-agbagbu gị ịghọtago na ọnụ ụtụ asị mpụta asị m na gị mana emechila anya ya sinsi ya asị m na gara asị da fada mụ na ya na-edi nọ ka anyị ekpekata gị ekpele ebe a ekpesikwa ọ dịkwa ka Chineke enweghị ihe ọ na-alụ ekpegidekwa ekpesikwa ebidokwa n'ikpe Chineke God and ada ekwu okwu so anyị megidezi asịkwa ya solu njide ma ọsị ya jide ma gagide ha pụta n'iru nke fa ọfịa ka fa nọ ya ụbọchị anyị na anyị eti anyị na boot Venza n'ebe ọ na-ebugide with Venza mụ na fada na isi na moto a amepelu m buutu nlituo nyalụzi ya dị Venza na ba nchọghị ịjụkwa ka onye nwee Venza na fa nke bụ ndị asị ebe ewelu duo m ụlọ with Venza nsigodu ka m dị shọ ka ndị a nwekwa ike ha nwere nke ha ma ebulu pụwa n'ụzọ mụnye dị moto ọkụ ndị agba ọkụ n'ime moto chịghọtago so before ị na-ama anyị buruzie gagide n'ọfịa wagide ọfịa na-anụma na ebe ị nọwa ọfịa wagide dị stick forest wagide onwezi ebe elu kwụsị anyị mepee but si m nneki afọ dị na Venza ebuli ya na ma anwa gbazie egbefa gba tọn wa mechie but fada sị nke ọnya ka wee chọgide ụzọ ebe mgbe anyị ji lute ebe a na Paris ya dịka ebe afta 1 nke ụtụ wee wagide ọfịa wee chọgide ụzọ wee fụzie ụzọ isi ya ka anyị gaba Ọka n'ọbe m ọsị m ka anyị gaba na Ụmụdịọka na Paris About kind of one of the months of an adoration. Have a put tell about us. The mother bubble was some sweet I do kubata there. About Patavia in all from there. Abogozia in war where na Caledon. I come at na warfare.
Announcement. My other business is that announcement you can warn here because of EPOM inspection. The second now, come back. And this kid in the Brunia Pagidi. I am decided with quite is called Pamagan. Decided to say, I mean, I'm right. So I can make a fact track on it, keep him busy. Because I'm going to make a very warrior chatego. That's okay for Quahelo.
Nah, one nigga will go to Kanu, but do
Wisdom.
Wisdom, I forgot the thing. One 80 some. I'm wonderful. In Anambra, I'm from the to a corner.
Congratulations for
the house. In my own houseman, they bully.
no, it's not.
And it's not. Well, Papa, seen no way any clue. Never clue again. Never your excursion. Where's the man the one for clue? I said, na governor who I don't know where's the governor who no where you are more. Nwunye the man tie na phone ọ na-ebe na-asị ndị go no anything mma agwa nwufa mo kanda akpụkpọ 20 million and ọ dị ka famọrọ no house member ịma na ụmụazị ya agụrụ akwụkwọ and ọkwa na akaụntụ ya ka a na-atụ ego your friend mama your friend nwụrụ anwụ
okay but ewu friend ko yo nke
na your friend nke atani side ka afia nke dị short no house.
Okay, Noble. Oh my God.
Your brother, man, Noble.
Mbon
Papia, on account, Tonya.
Okay, on account this guy cannot to Diego.
Cannot to Diego.
Hey.
So, that call 20 million on the family on Badagafabu. But I the Mazi on Badafa could she was anything till today. And governor, when a speaker, Anambra a joke. Mana speaker na gbogbo mgbe sị na nsogbu dị o sị m na nwere single track na gọvanọ na-eche ndị si Abuja abịa track ya ka nwale ebe dị fada na mana ebe anyị nwa nọ anyị nwere ọbụla Anambra notice ebe mmụọ nsọ kpọzie gọvanọ Enugu steeti agbara m na gọvanọ Enugu steeti a na-alụ ajọ ọrụ dị ma na-adị ekwu okwu dị ma wee bọdo ebe a wee track ebe anyị nọ wee bụrụ na orum aka nnọkọta plane agba n'elu Come on, if I never know they have here ala side. I'm more batapugo okay ba.
Urumeba.
Plane one na se fada. Fada na se me had ko airport umwe. Se e man ba no bulu urumeba.
Urum kokeba.
Urumeba. When abokwa na ebulai zo e mo no nwe e walo nwadu tea na room. Mana nke a bụ na anyị nọ n'ime ọfịa a na-arụ ọnụ ya ka organization fa nwere ma cook nwee ndị na-esi nne maka egwu na-atụ m mmadụ eme m poison
and ịma nọ na side urum ahụ and
isi urum a ịpụta na-achala na isi urum a ịpụta achala si ịpụta ịgbara so ebe a airport anwụ ọ dị right then gọvanọ Imo Enugu steeti wee sị ndị polisi Anambra ha bazie jee rescue anyị meze ndelu gị dị 18 ma vidio Kọba ndị polisi ndị Anambra wee sị na fa ama mba n'ọfịa na fa ada aba n'ọfịa ọkwa just divine grace of God ifu ka esi egbu mmadụ ebe a ifu ka ndị a si egbu mmadụ ọkwa ndị amụdata ihe mefe atrak bụ nnukwu moto ịghọtago n'etu Anambra dị kịta bụ mmadụ iderecha ofu ya ọ ya agwụgwọlụ
ọkwa sie na nna anya gharịwa mmadụ si ọ ga-agba mụ na sie na ma ọkụ nsị hapụkwa ndị eji nye egoro onwe m
I'm telling you, ọkwa ihe agbasa etu a na-agba ihe agbasa ndị chu ofu ngwongwo moto because anyị nwee buru nwere onye ma anyị ha na-aga ndị mgbe ha ji apụta operation bụ 7 o'clock so 7 till 8:30 and ha nwere kampụ dị iche iche ihe ha na-agba old road a bụ South Africa ha jee South Africa and ma mma ịkwụsịnata ka igwe anything ebula ọya so ọ dị risky ịgba from 7 o'clock till 8:30 or 9
in the morning.
No, n'abalị.
Okay.
Ụzọ na-adị busy mgbe ụzọ na ka ha na-ebu ndị mmadụ so ọka mma na the best thing bụ 6 o'clock 6:30 mmadụ abaa bịa ọ na-enwe ihe megide ka ife oge n'abalị enwe ndidi ebe 11 12 ime ụfụ mgbe ha ma nọzi n'ụzọ eziokwu onye afụsịalụ m nke a fada nwa na mmegi ọ tụbazie egwu ọ ga-ezi gburu fada bụ Amerịka ka o si bata onye oju ụtụrụ ka onye gbatasịa fuel na blọk indọstrị nye nwa na ihe dịbụ St. Kizito skuulu ndị Katọlik a so ọ na-agwazi onye ya esi nri maka ụmụazị ka o wee mee ha welkọm si ya na ọkwa ndị fada dị moto tọnụa gbagota kpọbazie egbe nye nwa ọ dị ya ka ọfim ya ọ dị ka ọ ghọtara na Anambra adịgo ndị ya na ya nọ gbafelu ọsọ nyanwa ịmagonu ọbụ asọ n'anya ebuli ewuti motie Highlander anwa bụ motie mana my own anger bụ ihe niile a na-eme na Anambra steeti polisi adịghị eme anything. Director DSS wee sị m afa dịkwana willing to work nọ na ego adịrọ anyị getting me and na December abata na-enwe ndị esendị na the whole Nigeria the whole state na Nigeria esendịkwu ndị ya ala Anambra afa nọ 2 days ebe a gọvanọ kwuo na onwere ego fuel fa anachi ebe back and in other states na iwelu Enugu ije kene gọvanọ Enugu steeti my brother ama na-ada ekwu okwu mana ọ bụkwa nke anyị debere ebe asị na parrot na ọ bụ prọfesọ na-akụ n'asụsụ oyibo na enwe ebe anyị batara na gọọmenti haus na duplex full duplex dịka bụrụ telivishọn ihe niile na-eme n'Enugu steeti a na-afụ ya dị the whole tracking everything ihe niile gbasara ya ebe a ka a gosi anyị na ebe anyị nọ n'ọfịa maka emegide sị ka ewelu air strike ebe mmụọ nsọ na-asị na-enwe ike gbagbuo ma ndị akafa dị ọcha ndị eji na ndị mmadụ anyị wee ike kenesi anyị ike Soludo wee jilu mmadụ na-egwu egwu na Anambra a na-egbu mmadụ ọkwa na njele ha nwee God's divine grace of God pụta ọkwa etu ilikwara na mafonu ma a na-alụ ilu afọ mmadụ analị ya mafonu mee ihe
Mazi, Malaysia. Like I was saying,
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 8th day of January 2025. Tata Bobo Chinkwo. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well wishers onto this hallowed platform where we preach the gospel of liberation, the gospel of both mental and physical emancipation. Therefore, please do not deny even your enemies not to listen to this program. Invite each and every one of them, every one of your friends and well wishers, even your enemies. Invite them and let them tune on. Let each and every one of them tune on FM 102.1. FM 102.1 in parts of Biafra land. And they'll be listening to Radio Biafra London. We are also on our IPOB Community Radio. IPOB Community Radio is a very low data consuming application. IPOB Community Radio. The best thing, or one of the best things you can do to your friend or to your siblings or to your family member is to download IPOB Community Radio on his smartphone. If he hasn't done so, it is a very low data consuming application. Moreover, you can add and download Simple Radio, 2 words, Simple and Radio, Simple Radio, 2 words. It is on the Play Store. On the Play Store. Once you download Simple Radio, you scroll and you will type in Radio Biafra London, and there it is. Once again, you can also download Radio Garden, 2 words, Radio Garden. It is on the app, on the Play Store application. The same thing, once you download it, you type Radio Biafra London and you will be hearing our voice. Therefore, you can also go onto our homepage, www.ipob.org, www.ipob.org. Once there, you click on live broadcast, and you'll be listening direct. On the other side, you will see also donate to IPOB through PayPal. You click there and complete the process and donate anything you want to donate to IPOB, because as I played the clips of 2015 when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, visited the World Igbo Congress, he explained to them what we are experiencing, what we are seeing today. Therefore, you have to support. You must support what we are doing. That is the solution. As you may know, today, today being the 8th day of January 2025, I will be joined by Mazi Aizayoba on this program today because this is a program viewpoint where we can discuss issues concerning us and make analysis, viewpoints, and make analysis examining the mindset of average Igbo Biafran with political power and other issues relating to IPOB struggle for freedom. Therefore, before I bring in Mazi Aizayoba, who is also a member of the DOS, I want to first of all read an IPOB memo. I want to read it quickly before we continue to the business of the day. Today, it is released today, being the 8th day of January 2025. It says, Tinubu's refusal to honor Seyi's pact with us disappointing. Okay, I read. The above headline of an article which appeared in the Vanguard newspaper's January 3rd, 2025 online edition has come to the attention of the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra, the DOS. In the said article, a statement was credited to Emmanuel Kanu, younger brother to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that he, Emmanuel Kanu, held a meeting with Seyi Tinubu, the son to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with the agreement that the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB will not call for the boycott of the last 2023 general election, with the understanding that Tinubu will release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu if elected president. For the avoidance of doubt, the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra has been working and will continue to work for the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The DOS, however, has deemed it imperative to address the incorrect information contained in the Vanguard news article mentioned above. To set the record straight, neither the leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra worldwide nor any member of the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra had any knowledge or not to talk of holding a meeting with Seyi Tinubu or any person related to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It is important to state that Emmanuel Kanu or any other member of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's family do not hold any position of service to the Biafran people or position of leadership in IPOB, and do not have the capacity to represent IPOB in any meeting or to co-opt IPOB into whatever family meeting they have held or may wish to hold in future. If such a meeting in question held, Emmanuel Kanu could not have been there representing or committing IPOB to any agreement or understanding, because he does not have the capacity to represent IPOB in any meeting whatsoever, for the simple reason that he has never and is not a member of the indigenous people of Biafra worldwide. I have been instructed by the Directorate of State to make these clarifications, both as it relates to the article in question and for future reference. In his last national broadcast on January 1st, 2025, the head of Directorate of State enumerated areas of IPOB's policy engagement that we address issues that concern the Biafra people in 2025. The head of Directorate directed me to urge IPOB family members worldwide and the Biafrans in general to keep focused on our march to freedom and repudiate anything that will be a distraction to our dedication to the cause of our freedom. Signed, Press Secretary to the Directorate of State, DOS. You've had it. This is official. Therefore, we must continue. As I said, I am now joined by Mazi Yoba, who is also a member of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra, on today's program. The Viewpoint. Today we are going to analyze or talk on some issues concerning us. Therefore, without taking much time, please, I want to bring in Mazi Yoba, please, to make your introductory statement before I will continue. Mazi, welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi, good evening from here. I hope I'm coming out very clear.
Mazi, you are coming out crystal clear. There we go on.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. Thank you for your effort and your commitment to this, audacious Biafran quest for freedom. I want to really appreciate you for your doggedness and your in-names analysis that you are bringing to our people.
And at the same time, I want to greet Biafrans and IPOB worldwide. Good evening from here. My name remains Mazi, and I want to wish all of you a very pleasant, happy new year. And of course, without hesitation, I would not forget to, of course, recognize the leader of this mass movement in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who happened to be kidnapped by the Nigerian state, where they violated all the domestic laws and international laws, go in another sovereign state and kidnap somebody and extraordinarily rendition him back in Nigeria. Of course, we are also calling for his immediate release, as the court of Nigerian competent jurisdiction have requested and said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have not committed any offense and he shouldn't be tried anywhere within the Nigerian jurisdiction anymore. So Nigeria is the one now that is making mockery of herself and has been, disgracing herself before the international community, not IPOB. Of course, also I will also recognize the head of directorate, Mazi Chinedu'S, and his deputy, and all the whole members of the DOS who have been working hard, engaging in every department in which they are leading and making sure that this IPOB family movement is well strong and focused in our quest for the freedom of our people. Good evening from here, Mazi.
There were Mazi. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you. You are hearing the voice of Mazi Isaiah Ba, and today is the 8th day of January 2025. Without taking any more time, we go direct to the business of the day. Today on Viewpoint. Today on Viewpoint. Please, we must continue. Therefore, Mazi, I want us to start because the viewpoint, today's topic for discussion, most importantly, is to analyze the mindset, examining the mindset of average Igbo Biafran with political power. Now, first of all, because what is happening everywhere today, which they didn't start today, but anyway, as days go by, things become worse and worse and worse. I want us to start by talking about Igbo Presidency 2023. During the Nigerian presidential election, many threats were given out by Igbo political elites that this is the turn of the Igbos. We call it Southeast, turn of them to provide a president of Nigeria. They threatened, they drew fire and brimstone with mouth. Many of them came out publicly telling IPOB to cool down, that if Igbo presidency, if the presidency 2023 was not allocated or was not given to Igbo man, that they will support, they will now know that that they will now confirm what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is saying, that we are not needed in Nigeria, we are not wanted. Now they will support IPOB. After everything, the saga, the sham they call election, that passed, all of them kept quiet and they started jumping fence into started, begging for positions and this and that. Till today, they thought that we've forgotten, but we have not. So, Mazi, I want you to please start from there. Where is Igbo presidency 2023, and why did they hide it under the carpet to make to prove or to pretend that it never happened? And they thought that we are going to forget. Mazi, just briefly, can you talk about that before we continue?
Yes, Mazi, thank you very much once again. And also, I want to welcome all our audience and well wishers to this evening edition, which is very, very special to me. I would have done this a few weeks ago, but I haven't really secured time. But it's good that I'm doing it here on Radio Biafra so that our people will get more of the information. I know that I will be coming also on Biafran television in the next coming days. So also to give more analysis on this. So I'm going to be mixing this program both in our own language in case our mothers who are listening also can understand where we are going and where we are coming from. And I would like every meaningful Biafran, every meaningful Igbo son and daughters to draw close to their listening device this evening as we're going to really, really talk about the issue that concerns us, the issue that concerns our race. We are not here to hew anyone down. We are not here to disrespect any individual or group. We are not here to blackmail any Igbo politician, far be it, but we have to tell ourselves the truth and let our people know where we are getting it wrong. And we have to be very, very, vicious in explaining these issues because our main target and fear factor this time around why IPOB emerged is to guide our people and bring our people up to the speed because honestly speaking the Igbo race if you like, including those in the coastal region are down politically. We are like people without parents, people without father and mother. That is where the generation for Igbo race are now. Any of them who is at home can attest to what we are saying, and it's a serious concern to us. Looking at how other race have been progressing here, going to meeting, going to functions, seeing event of how human beings are developing. I can tell you in the last 20 years here, I can tell you a massive infrastructures and changes that I've seen here is unprecedented. It's unprecedented. There is nowhere, Nigeria who happens to have everything have come anywhere close, not even a quarter to the massive infrastructures and development I have seen here in the last 20 years. So and this is a concern to us. It's something that when we look at it, you'll be asking yourself question, where do I come from? Why is our race like this? Where is the continent where we come from is the way it is? What happened? Who did this to us? Are people running away from the so-called Nigeria and mostly our own Igbo race, trying to cross through the Mediterranean, and most of them are drowning. Parents and families thinking that they are alive somewhere. They don't know that their children have died in the Sahara Desert. Some of them drowned in the Mediterranean Sea, and now facing what we are facing in Nigeria now. So we have to educate our youths as much as we can. We have to educate them and also tell them what is happening. and our parents as well, so that they can understand. Without us going through all these grassroots, you cannot command any sort of action, if you like. Action not being carrying gun or something, but some kind of order. We can't. The leadership won't do that now. Looking at the fact of the where we are and what have transpired in the last 3 years, you will understand that it would have been a disaster because we did not know the type of the mindset of our people, and how they can easily be maneuvered. Now, going to the question you asked, being the type of politics our people are playing. As I have said this is 2019. Anybody who watches me on the platform, I think the first election, when we start joining into this, paying attention, not joining in. When we start paying attention within the Nigerian politics, in all these years, we have not been able to. We are not doing that. We just think that politics is only meant for other people. But we start paying attention to what is happening to our people. And we realize, my own observation, I realized and I said that our people do not understand politics, regardless, those that have been into it in Nigeria for many years. I realize that in the Ebani Amari policies, Hamatagi at all, Hamatagi, they are there, sitting there as Senate and senators and all this, whatever the entitlement they give to themselves, they do not understand it. They do not understand it. They don't know. These people, I don't know, like I said, I don't know whether they can stand and look in the mirror and ask themselves, looking at their own people, and ask themselves, what am I doing? And we are going to, lay those things bare here today. Now, why I said that Nnamdi Igbo amotagi politics, Igbo presidency, what happens to it? First of all, you can never play politics in Nigeria, not even only in Nigeria. Not only in Nigeria. You can never play politics with sentiment. This is where our people are getting it wrong. You can never play politics with sentiment. You're finished. You are finished. And I don't know how to say it if I have to put it this way. I told our people the politics are not in Nigeria now between the Femano and the Fulani. Not the politics. And I want you to sit down and look at the type of politics in Nigeria now. There's no place. From A to Z, we have to say it here the way it is. Not to insult them, because we are telling them I want them to look back now. They should look at their own counterparts in Yoruba land. Look at their own counterpart in the north and compare themselves, the type of politics they are playing in the east. Both from the riverine areas of Biafra land or coastal region to the upland. Let them just take a look how disarrayed all their politicians are in the whole entire east. Now, there is this kind of politics in there, and of course, you're playing politics with somebody who doesn't know it. He can play and it's very smart now because him and anything on him. Now, and I believe whether Mahamoni and I can this the colonial masters when they I don't know where they learn it, but you always say this here that now they are master strategists. They are master strategists. I know one day ban na ha mụtaghị. And now we want our own youth now, our generation, to open their eyes. Open their eyes. That is what we are doing here. So that if we restore Biafra today, or when we restore Biafra tomorrow, what we are doing here is to get our people to know, to discern between right and wrong. And anybody who you appoint to be your leader, if he messed up, you people will revolute against the person. You will not have the person like the way Nigeria is today, when they cannot revolute for anything. That is the type of Biafra we are looking at. That is the talking. People say we talk too much. Without all these things, you will never progress or develop. We want our people to understand between sentiment politics and the normal politics you're playing to protect your race, and the politics of interest of your people. The politics of, sorry, somebody is calling me. The politics of interest. And what is that interest? The interest of your people. For the interest of your people. You will see the Europeans here, you will see the West here. When they will go for a meeting, a summit, they said they are here talking about the interest of America. They are here talking about the interest of Israel, will say the interest of Israel. You will hear Europe, they are talking about for the interest of their own people. It's only in Nigeria, the only particular race that never care about the interests of their own people is Igbo politicians or Eastern politicians, which have left them now in Nigeria like a tortoise without shell. How about before every other person, every other race? Now, looking at Oton their politics now, I want you to look at the state. Too many things I have to say here, man. Now, looking at Oton, she mobilized the West and the South, she mobilized very, very powerful, intelligent game. And Biana East, both from the coastal region, River State, Cross River, the same people, answer River State, Zakwa Cross River, the same people. Oleke River State and Cross River. A plan there ban all this. Now I don't want to go to a very far back distance of politics. Let's start from at least from 2015 to 2019. Now, when Jonathan was in power, something happened. Jonathan went to power by, will I say, by misery, if you like, or mystery. By luck, exactly as he answers good luck. By luck, by chance, he entered. Now, India front to her that now the man they will not. In fact, they told him they will make his government ungovernable. Now you played the voice and the discussion. Campaign Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went to the north, went to the United States, and he was discussing with the so-called World Igbo Congress. The World Igbo Congress, we are there. The 19 northern governors and Ohanes and Igbo. They were there. 19 northern governors were pressing hard, coming to Obama's White House from Nigeria. From Nigeria. They were lobbying. We were seeing them going from time to time, lobbying to remove Jonathan. And we have the so-called World Igbo Congress and the Ohanes and Igbo, both in the diaspora, including Igbo Union, all of them. Regardless how they according to how they fragmented themselves, they were there. The northern governors were coming, lobbying. Now, until they succeeded. Okay, election 2015. Is it 2015? I think, yeah, 2015. Akagubo up to, I think, about 4 states in Nigeria, Akagubo the vote. Accountable the vote. Obama Potabe issue and his foreign secretary issue congratulations to then Buhari. At least I was monitoring the election that time. 4 states I can Agube, but Obama announced. The foreign secretary and the British Prime Minister David Cameron at the same time came and congratulated Buhari when 4 states has not been counted for. Something that can never dare happen here in the Western world. They declare, yeah, this man winner. Now, what is the politics in the blind politics in the Bainago? Like I said, you don't play politics of sentiment in kind of environment like Nigeria or geopolitical state like Nigeria. Now, during this time of Jonathan, in order to make Jonathan uncomfortable, Ndi form their armed terrorist group. They were blasting in all cylinders, making Jonathan unorganized, making sure that Jonathan could not stay more than that one time he was there. Because how as an infidel. They were lobbying everything. Now, the question and the young generation that are not paying attention is, tell me one single organization that is representing the Southeast or the whole entire East in diaspora or on international stage. Apart from IPOB, that is international, which Nigeria is fighting hard now to label IPOB an international, terrorist, which the world refused to accept that nonsense. Because IPOB did not fall within that category of what, because they know that it's only IPOB is the credible organization that have international representative and presence, which in Igbo or the whole entire East, both Ijo, both to the Niger Delta, as you call them, as they fragmented themselves, all of them, do they have any single representative on international stage or outside Nigeria? That is politics. Ndi Fulani and the North were their lobbying team. Something in there, hey, the lobby. Acquire the game. Hey, when you say again, you will see them traveling. Yes, I can do Yoruba. When I'm coming to Ndi Yoruba, man. Our people do not have that. I've been a local. Our people are on the front line of Ndiga. Once these are the voice, where the voice is coming from to represent the whole entire East or the so-called 4 or 5 states of Igbo Southeast. According to them, let me just leave it. Let me put it that way for now. In the North, they have 19 northern governors. 19. They didn't fragment them. They call them 19 northern governors. Then come to the East, they call you 5 states. 5. Can you compare 19 with 5? Our people are blind, playing a blind politics. Go to the West. Tell me how many governors. Is it 10 or 11? But they never fragmented themselves. Anyway, they come in unison. Now, they see how India form more their terrorist armed group that is putting Nigerians on the run steady, just in acquire power. Their interest to acquire power. I have already their power. Now, the only thing who they think the East in which is YPOB, they convince some of the Igbo politicians to proscribe IPOB. Very, very intelligent, very smart from their counterparts. Get them to proscribe that to those ones who are your backbone. And they played our Igbo politicians in a way that they make them to go against their own people who could have been their backbone in any presentation they are going to be a part of. There's no way you will look at Nigeria the way it's structured. You will be going in any meeting or any event or any parastatal meeting, then you'll be going there alone. You don't have your people behind you. You don't have your people behind you. You are going alone as a person who get connection, as a senator, as a governor who get connection, but you are there alone. You are in enmity with your own people. You are not coming as the 5 state governors, united, speaking with one voice, and standing in what you believe and for the interest of your own people. You don't. And these are very smart game that these people played on our own politicians, fragmented them, make them to look like they have connections. So whenever you are coming, you will come based on the connection you have. And that connection you claim that you have, they will use it to control you. They will first of all make sure that they turn you against your own people. You have problem with your own people. Like Hope was of them. Do you see what is happening? So they did all this thing, looking even from both Memefele and even what's his name now, Ike. Tell me if Ike was a northerner or a Yoruba person, would Ike still remain in prison in UK today? The answer is no. Now, is the Igbo politicians going for Ike Premadu? The answer is no. Ike Premadu was doing what he was doing based on his connection, who he knows. They are the juggernauts. They are the talkers and the doers. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is living today because of IPOB, which everyone is seeing how hard these people are working to disconnect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB, which is his backbone. Everybody's seeing it, but we will come to that later. So these are the kind of blind politics our people are playing, that they are not taking a cognizance of this blind, selfish politics, which we have come now to at least inform and educate our people. You don't play politics with sentiments. If you now, little did we know, Alex Oti now is a prime example, practical example. So this is what we are saying to our people. You can't be going to a Nigerian political arena. Everybody's coming with their own. They're not to come with their own. How many of them? You can name how many terrorist groups. All these things are geared to take power and control Nigeria. That is why they slaughter with no mercy. Then I don't want to go there now before the mother misinterpret. Where one, where will I call it this religion age, age now control line. Where sentiment would join the by name instead of them telling them the hard truth that we must remain one people and they say this is the person that is going for us. Our people are what again? A plane de bany na 2019 Igbo presidency. A lot of Igbo YouTube jail. Turn all our own politicians against their own people. Now to tell them, to make them believe that na any position once they are loyal. I turn all these people, as I said, I turn all against their own community, I turn all against their own village, turn all against their own people, against their own state. But honestly, the person that turns you against your own people, for you to gain this access now, for you to prove to us that you are worthy, you're not going to betray this thing, you have to destroy your community. You have to, silence all these people who are questioning the marginalization of your particular race, and you are accepted. You have to implement this type of law here. You have to implement this one that will go against your own people for us to trust you that you can. If you can't do that, how can you rule Nigeria? How can you become the president of Nigeria? And our people will accept it. Now, these are the politics they played our people. Looking at this, we are talking about, in case people who are joining us now, we are talking about the selfish politics our people play in Nigeria. Very destructive one.
Mazi, can I come in here?
Destructive.
Can I come in here before you continue? Yeah, yes. Yes. Concerning the 2023 so-called Igbo presidency, it is highly, highly disheartening what happened. Although I know I started from there so that we have something to start with, because it is one of the results of the mindset of average Igbo politician. But let me now come back to this before I give you before you continue anyway. When we come to, you talk about the Igbo presidency, which our people have pretended as if it didn't happen. But we do not pretend. We know. And we continue reminding our people. Now, let's go back. When we talk about the mindset of average Igbo Biafran with political power. Now, let me just give a preamble before you come in. For me, the mindset of an average Igbo Biafran with political power, which we call politicians, it starts with the mindset of average Igbo Biafran, average Igbo person. When we talk about Igbo person, both Joe, we are all the same. For your information, for the audience listening, because we are the same people. Now, it is about our character, our modus operandi, our way of life. It has to do with our way of life. We are We are Republicans by nature. The republicanism is natural to us. What is republicanism? That is, we are a people that loves doing things with collective consent, collective approval, not individual decision. Number one, maybe somebody will lord it over others. In Igbo land, we are not monarchical. We don't have monarchies. So that character has been there right from beginning. And but one thing is this: we fail to innovate it. We fail to advance it. We fail to refine it the way it should be. That is why sometimes I call it unrefined republicanism. It is unrefined. What hampered the lack of refining is the interruption of the Europeans in our land. Let me give you this example. Americans you're seeing today, the indigenous Americans are no longer there. Just maybe 1% of the population is indigenous. Only 1% of their existence, because they were virtually wiped off the surface of the earth by the Europeans. So the Europeans that are the Americans today, because the Africans, they are also African Americans, but they came as slaves. So these people, in order to start a country, in order to have their independence or fight for their independence in 18th century, they have to coin, a plate or an ideology that binds them together as a country. It's very, very important, which means they look for a culture, a tradition that binds them together, because you can never stay together, you can never form a country or a nation without a national ideology, a bedrock national ideology that binds you together. That is why the founding fathers of the United States of America, they started moving to Europe, listening to the preachings, the teachings of awakening, Renaissance. That was from there. All the teachings they have to experiment it. They came back to America to experiment it. That is why America is an experimental country, and it works. That all men are born equal. That is the fundamental of American society. It's an ideology today. So they have to build an ideology, because they were not the same people. Yes, they were Europeans. Some from Germany, there are different tribes from Europe. The same way we Africans, we come from the same different tribes. So in order to be to have a cohesive nation or a country, they have to form a bedrock ideology, which stemmed from the awakening message, the Renaissance, the European Renaissance message, because they didn't want to continue on the old European mainland ideology of monarchy system, that some people are born to be more than others. No, they change. They say, no, we are in a world that is changing. So that is what happened in America. So in our own case, as Biafrans, as Igbo Biafrans, we are Republicans by nature, yes, but there's something that the Europeans did. They broke us. They broke our culture. We stopped applying our cultural principles of Igwebike. Do you see? That is where these problems we are having started. Instead of somebody thinking in a cooperative way, collective way, now he will first of all start thinking about his own self. Number one, it started from Azikiwe, because many of us might be saying that, look, this thing only started in 1970. No, it got worse. It got worse from 1970 to today. But it's something that has been there. That is why I want us to examine what is the cause. And to my understanding, that is what I'm bringing out. That when you look at Azikiwe, he fought for the independence of Nigeria. but he failed to understand how politics work or how politics works. He thought that it is only Igbo people. Because for me, you know, he has never had a political contact with other races like that. But for the Sahelians, like the Caliphate, the Fulani, even the Hausas, remember that they have been doing business even with the Arabs for hundreds, if not thousands of years, because they are living in deserts or Sahel region and desert region. And remember, the Arabs and other both friendly and hostile people have been passing. It was that place, that Sahel region has been an international transit point. The Arabs, they had the trans-Saharan slave trade took place through that Sahel region. So these people have been meeting different types of people, both in trades and wars. So that is what groomed them to understand how to deal with other people. But for us, we have been in the equatorial forest for so long. What brought us to start meeting the people of the Sahel truly, openly, it started from the British, the arrival of the British, the joining of the Southern and Northern Protectorate. So Azikiwe was looking at issues that time as the same way he will be, you know, maybe he will look at his family or his Onisha family, that this, I can control them. Not knowing that it is not like that. He didn't understand international politics, number one, and the politics of the then would be Nigeria. Otherwise, he would have continued negotiation or negotiating for the exit of the Igbos or the Easterners that time. When I talk about the Igbos, all are inside. So we started losing our cultural values of Igwebike. We can remember, you know, those that are old enough, or before, when you grow up as a man, your age grade can come and build house for you free of charge. 40, 50 people can gather in the village and build. Once you finish your, you know, you have mutated from childhood to adulthood as a man and marry. Before you marry, people will come, your age grade will come and build house for you, which is cooperative. The same thing, you also join hands in order to build for others. So we are doing things as, you know, it's social culture, socialism. I call it is socialism. We have been living on socialism. But Nigeria came, or Britain brought Nigeria on us, and all these things we are broken into pieces. Number one, together with our type of human beings, our people, we are still thinking that, or looking Nigeria with the same eye they see maybe our villages, not knowing that it is not like that. Because when you count, start from Azikiwe, he committed a very, very disastrous error. When Ahmad Bello was negotiating with Britain, he didn't mind. He said, don't worry, once these people move out, don't worry, I can defeat this person. After all, Ahmad Bello stopped, you know, he said he was not ready. Nigeria could have, Azikiwe could have liberated or gotten independence, even like Ghana, 1957. But they were all waiting for Ahmad Bello to be ready. Ahmad Bello said, if you people want to be independent, go on, but leave us, they're not, we don't want. So Azikiwe started campaigning for them to wait for him, of which even Awolowo warned him, said, look, let us do our own thing. He said, no. Because why am I bringing all these historical facts? For us to understand where things started being mad. I mean, going sore for us. Sometimes all these people we are talking, when they look at the historical past, that is, all these things also contribute in their hatred, because they saw that we don't understand politics. And we committed them into this thing. From Azikiwe to Igbo plotter. I mean to coup plotters. I'm sorry, not Igbo coup plotters. Nigerian coup plotters that are majority. Many of them, most of them are Igbo people because it's natural. It was natural that time. Now, who also destroyed, thwarted the coup? An Igbo man. Who is again Ironsi? Again Ironsi thwarted the coup and also looked like Azikiwe. Made the same mistake of not understanding that, look, Nigeria is a country of, a very huge country created by Britain for their purpose, and there are many tribes that are there. There are many difficulties. So you have to fight for your region. As again, Ironsi, what he did, he abolished federalism. That is the fact. Again, Ironsi abolished federalism in Nigeria. He promulgated the decree number 33 and 34 to abolish federalism so that everything will be in, the center will be very strong. Will be in a cage. He put us in a cage. Why? Because he was looking at himself that he is the owner, he is in charge. Why? Because of that politics of selfishness, self-aggrandizement. He never think of tomorrow. He never think of his region. As when you look at Ahmad Bello, he has been crying of not. That is a caliphate. It's caliphate. But when you see Igbo politicians right from beginning, they are talking of Nigeria. Kaduna and Zogu, Ifajuna, they planned the coup. They said the intention of that coup is to save Nigeria. To bring not even an Igbo man, to bring a Wolowo in power, release him from prison. So, which means they are always saving Nigeria, which is what we are still suffering till death. So, when you look at the mindset, till today, they have not corrected that mindset that, look, these people, Nigeria is for nobody, it's no man's land. Look for what belongs to you as your region. I could remember there is one clip I used to play here. There is this woman, Alhaja, which during maybe it's an APC juggernaut. During the presidential campaign of 2022,
the one that says that they are bringing the Fulanis to the one fold.
No, the one that said that, look, that he met Tinubu, she started asking, what is India for the North? And Tinubu told him that, look, I don't have any blueprint. Okay. Because if I have blueprint, they will kill me. I will step on so many toes, and they can even kill me. So what am I saying? The woman is a Northerner, and she don't hide. She don't hide her, her request for what do you have for us, the Northerner. You cannot see any Igbo politician that go and say, what do you have for the East? What is there for the East? It seems it's anathema. Many of us might be wondering that, look, this thing started after the war. Yes, it didn't start us from after the war. It was, propagated more. It was pushed, encouraged more and more since 1970, but it has been there. Igbo people has been at the forefront of saving Nigeria because they believe that once that Nigeria, you'll be in charge. That is what I see. So that mindset have to change. That is the reason why when they requested for Igbo presidency and Awohanal, they kept quiet. Even instead of supporting what we are doing, they are even against what killing our own people. You understand? So that is why, let me play this clip. Now, our people are ready to kill their own people for Nigeria. Our people, Igbo, are ready to kill in their own blood, kids and kings because of Nigeria. This is how bad it is. The Nigerian system aggrandizes the selfishness in average Igbo man. This is why IPOB is here in order to expose and try to cure this sickness. So before you come in, just listen, Mazi, listen to this live. I've been playing it, but listen to it before you take it from there, please. From there, you will understand, you will see and analyze what is happening today in our land. It's Obasanjo. Obasanjo said it. I used Igbo to kill Igbo. And today is still what is happening. So that is why you see the whole, like what I played also, the clip I played of the testimony of somebody that came from, that was kidnapped but released. He said it all. He said he saw in our bush in Anambra, what is happening. There is something that man said that struck me, which is also the same Igbo disease. He said, I was even thinking that this thing only happens in the Ihiala side, the Ihiala axis.
As if that area is not an Ebola.
But I didn't know that it's happening here in Anambra, in Okasef. So you see the nonchalant attitude of an average Igbo man. That is this attitude. When an Igbo man enters politics, it pursues him. That attitude increases. And the handlers, because every Igbo politician has a handler from either the caliphate, the northern part. They will now increase that nonchalant attitude. That man said, I never even believed that this thing is happening. It can happen in Anambra here. I thought it's Hiala, which means Hiala is far from him. So, if it's happening there, it doesn't matter. I beg. Do you see, Mazi? Do you see why we cry always when we say, "Oh, it's happening in Olo"? People say, "No, that side now." Mazi, do you see the white people are wise? This awakening, Renaissance can make you more wise. White people, if they see any evil anywhere, even if it is 2,000 kilometers from them, they start fighting it from there where they are. All of them will be rising up saying, no, this is evil. It's not good. All of them. What are you protesting? Say, no, what is happening down that side? Because they need to fight it from far. But in our own side, you say, no, be Allah, they happen. I beg, we there here now. That man said that thing. He said, oh, I was thinking it's only Hial, which means Hial is not a Igbo land. People living there are not human beings. As long as you are doing your own business, is okay. Others can die, no problem. It's not a. Do you see? That is primitive selfishness. I'm talking here all the time. So, Mazi, let me not take much time. Listen to Obasanjo and you pick it up from there.
I don't believe that anybody in this country should be driven away from any part of this country, because this country we own it together. When I was fighting for the war of unity in this country, I used Igbos, Hausa, Yoruba, even though we were fighting against Igbos, not that you should go, but that you should come. And I used Igbos to fight Igbos to come.
I use Igbos to fight Igbos to come. And that is what we are still experiencing today. Mazi, please pick it up from there. Go on.
Yes, Mazi, thank you very much for even because I didn't want to go as far as from the to extend it as you just did right now, which I said earlier that if we start going from the beginning of this mess we find ourselves, you will see that we are not going to live here today. But let me just say this: all the whole thing you said is almost coming close to what I just said, which is exactly what we are here discussing. Now, looking at this mess, how the people, the system. Let me just say it this way: the system we have in those days is one of the best, if not the best system, because we have a way of summoning meeting. Anybody saying that that is rubbish. I don't believe in that. Not in a kind of way today. Community leaders. Any community, there. In those days, it was the same British that came and killed them because they wanted to turn them into an alien belief, which we saw some of the pictures. I think some of the IPOB members or Biafrans now who are listening can dig out those pictures and put it up again. The heads of the community leaders that vehemently refuse access to the British colonial masters. All of them were beheaded and their head were put in a stick, in a pole, and raised before the community. There are some other findings that I may not like to say here because of the sensitivity of it. A lot of findings that I did a big research, how they humiliate some of our strong men in the community that time. Anytime that these British colonial, forces are coming to a community to invade or to force them or to possess or take whatever that belongs to them, then they will just, do some horrible thing before the communities that will put fear before our people, and they will submit. They come with iron fist. They come with brutal force. This is what British has been known for. And unfortunately, the Fulanese or the Northerners, I would like to say the Fulanese who occupying some part of the North now, also adapted that system to this very moment we are talking. To this very moment that we are talking. So you can now see that it was, like you said, it was the British that actually messed up our own people. The system they had, corrupted it. And now, putting their own warrant chief, which we still have in our society today. Chief, with some of them think that chief is a local domestic system. No, chief is not a local domestic system of our engagement. These are British system that they brought to our people. Our point, they kill the existing community leader, and then they will appoint their own warrant chief that will be loyal to them, which is exactly the same system we are seeing till this very moment, which the Northerners or the Fulanis adapted. Now, the question, Mazi, as you're saying, why is it? Let me just put this to the public, it's because our people are not paying attention to the politics, which we IPOB, we don't leave any stone unturned. The question is, like you rightly said, why is it the so-called Obasanjo and the Ndofemanu were interest in Ohaneze Ndigbo election, and they're not interest in it? But in the other way around, no Igbo man can ever dare dabble into the system of the Yorubas or their monarchical system, or neither the North, or even meddle into the security architectures of the Northerners, which some of these times they bring it into the Nigerian government. Once they are having their meeting, non-Hausa or Fulani will ever attend to that meeting, will be allowed access to that meeting. It's only going to be the Northerners, the Fulanis. Even the Yorubas will not be allowed to have access to any meeting, security meeting, chaired by the Fulani or Northerners, if you like. Now you now bring it down to the mess that our people are in, allowing these people to form or to give them exactly what the British and the Americans did to Nigeria today, appointing somebody who did not win election to Nigeria. These people now use the same thing now, apply it on our own. Apply it on our own politicians. And our people are not seeing anything wrong with this. They don't understand this. That somebody who said, who initiated that every Igbo man from 10 years old should be massacred during the Biafran War, came out in the open, said that he used Igbos to kill Igbos, to bring them along. And the Igbo are there watching. Now, looking at what you have just said, looking at the things you are saying, The reason why you see there is no follow up from the breakdown of system our forefathers had was all these things were going on. Nobody, no community leaders, no chief, no eze. We are talking to our people. These people went as far as we speak today, Mazi. They change all the community ezes, appoint their own. Any governor, something that is not even supposed to happen in the first place. Any governor that they force on our people, the governor will now go to the grassroots and change the community leaders. Put the one that will be loyal to them and then place them under salary. But it's not the same in the north. It's not in the same in the west. Now, as I said, all these things you yourself also analyze here boils down on people or our people playing sentiment politics, which doesn't hold any weight anywhere. You don't play such a thing. Mainly in a crazy, amalgamated system like Nigeria. The time our people were still holding themselves together, how can we throw value in their system, was before the war. The system we have that time, any issue, any alert, any information, I got sound equal. Mazi, listen to me very, very carefully, and our people should listen. I got a sound that equal, which is a way of informing our people. There is no telephone.
And no foreigner will understand, no foreigner will ever understand what that ikoro means.
Exactly. Now you are coming to the system that I told you. You are saying that the British interrupted.
But today, even do we even understand? Do we even have ikoro? They destroy it, saying that it is evil. Mazi, go on, go on.
Now, this thing now goes down. The mess. These people didn't stop after they start buying our community leaders, putting their head in a poll. Egbu a community leader, onye isi ala na community. Egburu ishie, ndị British egburu ishie, tinye n'osisi welie elu, tinye na community. Ihe ndị ebe anyị so aso, ihe ha na-adịghị ahụ na-adịghị eme exist in their system. They will be terrified looking at the head of community leader. It's iron fist force. British merie n'obodo am no. How can I chat today? This Douglas in Ahwana today was a man who invaded Mbise. Go and check the history of Douglas, British administrator in Imo State, or whatever, as the case may be. So you can see how these people impose everything impossible, and the Fulanis were able to keep to the history. They adapted the same system. Our people being people who they messed up, they destroyed the equal, the system of summoning meeting. That is which in many countries, even in the Western country, I know today, when a system had a pass message to their indigenous people, so that the enemy will never even decode it. On one system, but they have a way to pass the message. When they summon for protest now, before you know it now, you don't know city Jew. I want to lock go city. You know what is happening. I see indigenous people may protest against their own government. Something they want and something that they don't want. But to that type of system now, how did some of them disappear? We saw some of the pastors, this colonial masters agent and pastors. But in our community, let some of these Ikoron are now about destroy her, demonize her. Now disconnecting the community from the things that held them together. Now, which is actually relating to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu scenario today. The same people working hard, they know that whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is IPOB. But for them to deal with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they must try everything with his siblings to disconnect them from IPOB, which is his powerhouse. The same thing is the same that is existing also in Igbo political, system arenas. Now, let me just push it a little bit forward because I think the old, we may not live here. Now, I'm drawn the type of smart game the Yoruba lately. As you said, Tinubu knows what happened to the previous Onishal. He knows. He had it at his program several times. Program. Now, when Tinubu brought the first touch to Nigeria, what did he use? He used Oyedipo. The Nation newspaper in Agu today, the Nation newspaper is owned by Tinubu. I'm just trying to bring our people. I'm speeding this up so that our people will understand how people who play politics of race, you don't go there on your own without your people behind you. You don't do such a thing. But since Owuhanyuwa point in the represent and they are the one appointing it, that is why they are going there on their own. Tell me any young youth no now CAG contacts of any of senators, their personal contacts. Which all of us we have the contact of our TDs here. You go online here, you type the name of the TD, the representative of your county. The name will come out. The phone number will come out. Office here, but the office. See, some of the experience can be in this community, and something needs to be done. They will carry it out immediately. They will meet you. It doesn't matter me where foreign, as long as you are a resident of that county. As long as you're a resident of that country, you have the access to the TD, to a local politician that is representing that county. It's not like that. Something they will contact their own. Their representative, they will stand up. The practical example is Sunday Boho. Now, let me tell our people the smart game there. We are talking about the so-called Igbo presidents, how they played the selfish one, and how now, the last minute, one promise or the other. Now, when this their Igbo presidents were running, they promised these guys. I have to hit it very, very hard now on those who claim to be Onyendu's siblings. They work very hard on these guys, okay? They work very hard on them. I don't know how they get in contact with them, they make a deal, which them themselves came out recently, because I'm analyzing based on the recent confession made by Kanu. It's the last confession that they met Sai. Now, that will tell you that they were involved. They planned the kidnapping of one year. Can make money? Can negotiate for business? I don't know how they want it. I strongly also believe it was the Nigerian government that, however they link to them, which may be through all the local governors or whatever, they link to them. They promised them after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu escape that assassination. Now they link to these guys and say, look, what happened? You have to give us access to your brother, where he is, and whether you're going to hand him over, whether he told me, and how will there is a big deal. God knows what they promised them. Now, which lead to the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for 8 days. Nobody heard about it. Nobody, no single soul that heard about it. The whole, it's not only that the leadership or also or the hierarchy officer did not, even the public did not heard anything about the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, these things were plotted, gearing to this current government in our home today. I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying. These are the politics. They did this thing in advance, gearing to this politics here, this government, recent government in our home today. And it was successful. So they thought how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu make here alive is one thing that nobody knows. And then themselves we are waiting Kanu one crazy result or report. No takoshi me na Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or takeshi when. And then actually the leadership that's supposed to know where he is, or the people they claim that is his hierarchy officers. Because none of the leadership knows the word about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because he's a grown-up man. Sometimes he cannot be asking him, director, where are you now? Where are you right now? Or this is in a so again, your mama say so one year the location on. I'm not living away from what we're saying. This is the politics we're talking about. How India she call him na go no she call India technical knockout. How does it be to example now? The question is why now? Why agent Putana didn't know this confession I don't know being in the ban you check. Who know what all the politics are not on the ban? Now they got them to do all these things, hide everything. Eventually, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, maybe the Kenyan government didn't want to spill the blood of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no Buddha. He bruise a lot as here. Also from news, a whole public issue na Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no na Nigeria. Immediately that name, this boy went to Masanga's TV, Punchline TV. He sits comfortably. I was watching him that day. He sits comfortably. He sits, he wear barrette, he wear suit. He was just less than a week. His brother, the news break out. Less than a few days, the news break out. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This guy went to Masanga's distance, sat uncomfortably. He was talking with authority. And I was looking at his body language. See, a lot of people who grow a heart attack. Because now, people died in heart attack. A lot of people died. And this guy comfortably now act like this, as the next person, as nothing happened. Now they played him. They played him. But it happened that Nachuku Abiyama spared the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Apolatazie no law. Echena ageji law. Ji huko Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The thing I work with it. Now the same people no na lead this thing today went, and according to them, they had a deal. They negotiated with not even the Tunubu no way. Tunubu can negotiate with. In advance, understand the thing here, the politics here. In advance, they negotiated before the election, according to them. So we do not even know when was Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kidnapped. Was 2021 June. Then or 2022, according to them, they met with Nwa Tunubu, strike a deal that he had my election, and they presented themselves as the leadership that there will be according to them election boycott and all these things. These are the deals, so the way they presented it. using IPOB leadership name, cutting that deal without the leadership knows what was going on. While IPOB, we are still worried, we are still trying to figure out how did Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went to Kenya? Who knows that he was there? How did he get to where he is? And how was he rendition? What is all these things? Why these ones were before the election? No, understand our people. Before the election, they are striking deal already. Now, the most painful part of it, which somehow is quite understandable, but our people need to also play the politics of race interest, not your self-interest. If you go for personal self-interest, you fail. Knowing that if Peter Obi is contesting, this guy was going to Nwatinubu to deal against his own against also Peter Obi. Do you see the selfish and dangerous politics this guy fell now? Now, this failed politics here, these guys play now with Nwatinubu have even put in now have put even in question the integrity of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is a global figure. Mazi, who the dangerous selfish politics. Do you see where it's landing? Do you see it?
Mazi, sorry, before you continue, just 1 second. There is a in one of Kanonta's all these things, this headline of meeting say and this and there is one comment from, I think it's an Hausa person. He said nothing at the name. He said,
Yes,
I am
yes,
sorry,
yes.
these people, I am not a Biafran, but I love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but it's a pity that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's siblings are trying to turn Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is a global figure, to just a local fowl. That is a statement he made. I don't know whether you read it.
Now, you can now trickle this thing down to all this. How I'm trying to connect is just because we do not have time to. I would have break this thing in piecemeal. That that anyway, you throw them stone. More than what is you. What these people committed is abomination, including with the politicians. How use. Look at how Yoruba Tinubu play her with the lives of nearly 100 million people. If we put Biafrans, both those in abroad, everywhere, put them together, we are heading nearly 100 million. One of the highest ethnic group in Africa, not even in Nigeria, in the whole Africa. And these people, they play like this. Now, Tinubu played a very smart game. That is sentiment politics. This is where it all boils down to. Tinubu she play. Now, Tinubu went on Oduduwa conference house, inscripted on the top of the building, Oduduwa house. He sat there. He sat there. He sang with Oduduwa's national anthem. This is somebody who is a presidential candidate to Nigeria. But he went to a secessionist, according to them. Let's call them the same name. Now. A secessionist tribe, yeah. Ghana, play his allegiance to them. That he's going there, not meaning that he's going to sabotage their movement. Tinubu is not contesting, he's not coming out alone. Is very smart politics. I want to be politicians now again. Can I watch other races now? This politics I know. Igbo president, I told you war Look at how they played it. All their parastatals were blasting from all angles. Their mega pastors, who happens to be also former Muslims, because they found opportunity, they nipped into the opportunity, they utilized it for their race interests. I know on a church business for anything. It's just for political gain and interest for their race. So they use their church to control a large number. The person will now go to the, all of them will yield to the person immediately, support. Now, Tinubu's newspaper that I was saying earlier reported immediately at the back newspaper of Tinubu, the mega pastor that controls millions of audience across the globe, read out exactly what is happening in Asorok that kept Osibanjo quiet. Osibanjo was there inside the Asorok, also relating every information of activities, what is happening in Asorok, to their own people. He used it as an advantage. On Rodia, he didn't go for the presidency. Osibanjo did not go for the second presidency as the deputy president. He didn't go. He knew he was there for a purpose. No, lose the opportunity. He stayed. No, he would have make sure that now if we say for a moment, because naturally as a vice president, he want to contest. Oga help any other person political challenge from the east to rise up. But on your hand, they are quiet. Now monitor and the whole information here to the kings and queens of the Yoruba custodians. He bargain the game. Immediately ha Korea na public. Ndị amara na nwokoma nwere ike onwe ihe ji ndụ ya eme. O nwere ike kụbasa with evidence ihe mere na Asoro. That he will expose everything exposable. He first of all bad the thought in his nation newspaper. Lekwe he mere na Asoro, lekwe na onye chiga obodo na awụ onye chiga ni. Lekwe mgbe he dị otu ji me, lekwe mgbe he no dị otu na ji he me. Kpọkwa the family, pour everything verbatim from another source. Nyama no onwe ya nokwa na watch one reaction of the Fulani and the Nigerian people. Ndị ahụ sị ya ọrụ na agba this man nkịtị, ndị British ahụkwa na ọrụ na agba this man nkịtị with Amotokun in place now because o set Amotokun na ego already, Oduduwa na ego already. Again, akụwala the very finest political game in between this tribe, three strong tribe that is existing in Nigeria that cannot even work together. Akụwala the game. Ndị Igbo ka nọ na-akụ selfish, you know, local politics when these people are on international stage and national stage. And now again here, then you see this man when the pastor on the other side, they now blast it from that angle. Or connect with that place because he pastor control such a crowd. Ebe no na proportional chidie ya tutie na la proportional na abali na ehihie ya kpọ type be na erikwa office eri ndị orige. Ogwola what is happening in Asoro and ndị ama na all fact na oji evidence na onye na-achị na obodo na awụ onye nwachiga na ọwụ onye akpọtara akpọta kwa ha the state kwa ha community kwa ha ụmụnne kwa ha family kwa ego ole wu the contract the man sign. Ndị a panic we. Then at the same time Igbo ho on the leash on the other side na atipie nyanwa na onwe ya bela na here na be play legend ndị ahụ na onwe a full support of his own people. Ndị British ahụ we cannot risk of with the IPOB active now in the fragment the zoo. So the best thing to diffuse this massive tension will either to tackle the Igbo or onye nwoke ma here ka ọ chigodi for one time ọ gagodi gachi. Then on the other side he nwetala ụmụnne onye isi IPOB zụkwa onye ka aha just to control as well to make sure that now ha nwa in charge of the whole entire West and also na ha nwetago an infiltrator ga na arụ a ga-eji rụọ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na his movement. Do you see how powerful, how intelligent these people are? Now, some of the Igbo politicians when they play this thing did not even know that some of them were but many of them are that this thing was game the often manona big time. Then ndị Fulani kọtara this game a nakwa na-akụ asịsị okay now since ha ka nọ n'ọchịchị ha ka dị in command na use godo onye akpụ ha na-run the country okay ka aga mara ma ga-terminate Igbo ha amakwa na ndị ofe mmanụ dịkwa prepared as soon as ha make that move ha enye Igbo green light Igbo ha adọ move to Kotoni in one of their own relative as well because Kotoni people were Yoruba people. He went there and seek for refuge immediately and secure Yabam. Secure the man. Then I negotiate the politics. From that time, I want to could the Hana. I think they push away to Germany for Grenada or any other place. And we ready. I could the politics until ma agree. Na release Igbo. No one of the conditions I got happy Igbo and then you might get with the ochichi. Igbo in the background. To do one in the background. I'm not talking on underground. Now, if you look at this guy in Akoko, I try to make my hair here. This guy in Akoko in England, that was Joshua. Not by Akoko. He who the smart game Hanako now. AGNFS live to the whole entire West. Is this is a very sophisticated politics now onye who a party leader here also blast from this Mazi, are you connecting?
Of course.
Are you seeing
of
a
course.
technical politics here? Ndị Igbo nwebe the East na ndị kenu na ale ma ndị of ejom all of them onwe ha onye chetracha. Why let insecurity? Now I'm talking on ground now counter the invasion of Fulanis on ground without anybody seeing anything, reporting anything on social media. They are not putting the activities they encounter. Once in a while you will see Igbo will issue a statement. But in their own land, you will not hear it. Then there's a major activation of insecurity in Igbo. These are the governors feel on what I had. And a job again, KG no KG continue on. Then Hame Ali Bok, Yorubana. You look at even this guy Anthony Joshua is even riding a bicycle to show the whole world that now the whole entire West is safe to come and invest and do business. But the image they present on the East, which is what IPOB has been trying to protect Igbo land. The Igbo politicians that could have used the opportunity also to present what is like Desambakwe, and they called him a crying governor. Desambakwe goes with his people and make sure that every goddamn thing that the East needed after the war, no only be through the whole entire Ebonyi state, Imo State and Abia State as they call themselves today. But such a thing does not exist now. Here politics of race and interest. All this thing now, because our people, they turn even our people against IPOB, who is globally, representative of our people. That is raising concern. From Nigeria. They turn our people. They infiltrated our people. Use autopilot to turn and blackmail IPOB to high heaven and its leadership. It is only now. Look at how many years. KG Bruzier. Ihe negotiation on the agreement with the Nwa Tinubu. All na kaino now. Did anybody know before? And when you know about this, did anybody? They negotiated this thing before Tinubu and you were not. You can see the reason why they fought tooth and nail to make sure that they remove Ozokome and Ejiofor. So that anything Ojofo will never know anything. He will never relay any information to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to the reality and to the public. Etinyezie onye agent, onye communicator no na-eti woto in his conversation with the Michigan in Finland. No hold, no fire. Their conversation, the person engineer represent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now, who they face it here now to the legal representation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. One year no na mean courage onye can defend Finland ije so now bawa no go see the why see the fire na water their conversation iche na ndị Nigeria eji those things iche na ha na eji njide this guy was a shock to even some of the politicians today involved. That is why today no Nigerian media is reporting anything concerning this Michigan. They are not even saying. It's like it's like his matter is closed, because they know there's a lot of politicians who are involved playing self-destructive politics. You see how Yoruba play their own. They saved Igbo, they put him in the background. Also, 2027. Now, this guy now came out and be talking about one year Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, still our election 2027. Meaning that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu got no get any there to 2027. With their selfish politics. Like I said, playing such a blind politics, you know, I negotiate and support to win against Ipob. You can now see that probably any man who will reason which politics on very destructive one, because every of these things are also win-win for the enemies of Igbo race. Because all these things are playing in their own benefit or advantage. Now they give one nanyumoko onye ka chọrọ ịzọkwa ọchịchị na ọ bịa ugwu Hausa na ọ ma azolete okwukule ihe dị ụtọ okwukule ọkọtọ Biafra o mekwuleke ma iwe ma ọnụ ma ọ hụrụ otu ndị a gbakwu ndị ofe mmanụ against him in a sensitive election like this. Ị gaga eme such a thing while nwanne nwoke ejie. It's a very selfish, destructive game. Policies can happen this thing. Now, here in Kanu, one night you go Urugu Hausa. For India, how clever had it. How from one night you go all of them had the Urugu Hausa. How bought a Wahanala. Do Wahanala. On where they can know with the Sultan of Sokoto, Maokeno with Emir of the North. Or they are only sitting down with Omaka Meeti Ala. They sat them down. Not the worst part of it, they took them picture. Keep all these things are the politics and politics of race. Because he had reduced to nothing before the war. Second, they capable. Ni play sentiment politics. That's what you're playing. Sentiment politics. Who I know and who I did not know. As if the politics of I went to school in Britain. They played him. They played him. They played him and they got him to not to support the one year Woko. He didn't support him. They played him not to support one year Woko. The same selfish, destructive politics in their bayana. Now, why am I touching some of this? Can they ban the mess? And this generation, if they can learn and find a way to continue to support IPOB and its leadership, that is the only thing left. Just look at all these things that I'm putting together now. All of them have messed up. All the politicians have messed up. All of them. India won't do anything before the Yorubas and the Northerners. I am telling you, no Igbo politician want anything before the Yoruba and the Northerners. That is why Soludo Jibia, the inauguration of Tinubu, they kicked him out in front of his wife. They disgraced him. A whole state governor came in an inauguration. They kicked him out, walked him out like ordinary street boy. This is destructive selfish politics in Ghana. On one I will say many,
Mazi, can I
Tell me how many
add
Yoruba
here?
person was a gaga no nala. Guronala has a picture with the metal. But many Yoruba elders or any Yoruba politician that went to the north and sat on ground and take picture. And they took them picture. Actually, my friend, go and sit down. Politician don't know look at him here sitting down here. He's claimed too strong, but he's nobody. They know. I'm a beji these people. I'm a beji these people. These are the things we are telling our people. Stop disgracing us, our elders.
Mazi, can I add here? Let me add here
Yeah, go ahead.
before we
Yes.
move on. You know, like what you're talking about, the politics of selfishness, you know, uh, which is correct because our people never really understand what it means to be together. When you give example of even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sibling, I think many people will understand that Kanonta, you know, before they used to give out a press release as Kanu family. I don't know why they stopped because I honor the ugly result. They went to Kenya, as a Kanu family, instead of IPOB to just be together.
Exactly this thing I'm
What happened in Kenya? Nothing. You know, they just kept quiet as if nothing happened. The same thing in United Kingdom. How about was a Kanu family? Even you have fine. A bullshit the whole thing. How make caution thinking that they can get it alone. Our people should understand that an individual can never fight and win a country. They take you as a joker, as a joke. Institutions fight against institutions. That is the thing. We are making wave today because we are together as one family, IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case is all over because his power is IPOB. Once they discuss, just like what you are saying, many people might not understand it, but that is the reality. If they disengage in one way or the other, they now cause disengagement between IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The sibling, you know, they don't care about anything. What matters is the money they can get from anywhere. That is what matters to them. Before God and man, they will make our leader irrelevant, but we shall never allow it. That is where they are going.
Exactly.
Because the siblings, they thought that they are in their head. You know, I used to say it here, in their head. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put him out of the equation, and naturally they will be the leader. Because it happened here in my presence. Immediately Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned. Kanu started coming through Ikechukwu Onoa program. Every time, the way he's talking, he made the broadcast once, twice through his. I raised alarm internally. I said, who is this man? Is he now the new leadership or what? Why will he be talking like this? With which authority? So, this is what our people should understand. Mazi, because I would like to open line, but I want you also to dive into the criminality that is going on today in our land. When you listen to the horrible experiences of people that made it alive out of this kidnapping, Mazi, the way they are killing our people, the way our people are being killed, I now have to understand, confirm that Nigerian government have activated the Obasanjo's system using Igbo to kill Igbo. They are diminishing our population. But the saddest part of it is that many of our people don't care. Because as that clip I played, the lucky escapee from kidnappers then, he said that no, he was thinking it was only happening in Ihiala. So he never even know that he reaches Oka here. You know, this is a very bad mindset. And why we are saying it here is to open the eyes of our people. If we continue this selfishness, nonchalant attitude, without caring for one another, As he never touch you, you think that it doesn't matter. He never touch me now. Let them sort it out. One day it will touch you. So IPOB is trying to galvanize us into organizingly fighting the monster, fighting the crime, fighting criminality. You don't wait when he reaches your side. You don't wait when it touches your sibling. Now you start reacting. This is a very bad mentality. Mazi, please continue there before we open the line. Continue.
Right. Yes, Mazi. Now, in summary, all these things now. So this thing I'm saying here is the politics that are very selfish and self-destructive politics that our people are playing, which is really turning to hurt us so horribly bad now. Now, if you go to the north now, the north will have their own armed men, like call it. You know, they fronted Fulani Janjaweed herdsmen. And they are now, I think, I don't know how many of you that know that there was a bomb blast in Abuja 2 days ago. How many people knows? How many of our people know? The North Abakalana their own. The Fulani Abakalana. Because okay, they have to square the power now. I got married had a man at this election. Then when I bend the Bochitraja. On where I Chitraja now, I can able local politics. Like I said, does the Ndi Igbo or the so-called Eastern region, do they have frontliners? No. Do they have any international representative? No. Is anybody talking about it? No. But I know here, Abba Kyari was summoned by the United States. The Northerners vowed their political power. They activated it. They vowed that Abba Kyari will never be extradited to United States. So the Abba Kyari is free. Because our people are doing it together. To compare the northern politicians who said elephant swallow 20 billion, snake swallowed 100 million, this one swallowed this anako ya. They used 100 billion naira to settle the Fulani herdsmen from not killing, to stop killing the houses. Negotiated, and it happened in the government. But look at Mefele today, how they've been dragged all over the place. Because why? He does not have backbone. He doesn't have his people. Igbo and the so-called South, they are not coordinated. There is no political front power to challenge any race when something happens to our own people. This is where IPOB is calling every well-meaning Igbo man and our people in the coastal region. This is what Dr. Nwabeze said. This is what the Mbasrika Mechi saw. And they said nobody should allow IPOB to be destroyed. Our people did not, they were busy watching an infiltrator, a Fulani born, sitting in Finland, doing abracadabra for them. Our people were misled against their own. What meant well for them? You see people coming openly and saying that DOS, so it is. The meaning of DOS. Condemn the leadership, the structure of IPOB, the structure that has international representative. People do not know. They think that this IPOB or the leadership is just ordinary. They are connected to governments. If any IPOB all this time, any Igbo man or any Biafran child in Europe here, you will know that the represent our people back home on the international stage. This is what we have been telling our people. They need to support IPOB. Today, them and their so-called government in desert, where are they? Now, going to the insecurity, Mazi, so that we can open the line. Going to the insecurity which you made mention of, what is happening in Igbo land, Mazi, This thing started from somewhere. Where did it started? From the Mitch Gate in Finland. We try to explain this thing both on a private profile and pages. Our people say, look at has no, he's talking about Biafra. Only Biafra. Man, it's not possible. Enemy can clone you look alike. They did it for Nigeria. Nigeria. A crew mask run on Nigeria for almost 3 years or 4 years. 4 years. Man. And they tried it. It worked. They brought this guy. No trace. Adu onye mebosh. Asi no shi Anambra. Asi no shi Ebonyi. Asi no shi Enugu. Emekata asi no shi Cross River. Nobody. Ye emekata ye journey asi no shi India. Ndị Fulani si no wo Sani si no shi India. You can never tell the person you claim to be a pro architect of Onwurenwegi. He can never. Abraham say anytime that guy banyo his camera, you people will be lost. Today, akwa banyo na camera, banyo Twitter. Are they? I warn them. We told them. They turned them against their own. Once they turn them against those who are meant to protect you, then the enemy will come after you. The insecurity you are seeing in Igbo land today was engineered by this Michike. The government used him to activate it because they need somebody who will do it, and it will not be at the head or at the glaring face of the zoo. Because all this while IPOB has been exposing them. IPOB media have been exposing them. About to Wainolo, the IPOB media will expose them. They will be on the restriction. So Nigeria and the military and her military and our security parastatals will be now saying, oh, it's not them, it's not them. Because IPOB, we are providing evidence. You remember, was it 2020 or 2021 before the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi, when they set up a camera in Onitsha? Was it in Anambra? Or in one of the see all this both what was their name Channel TV, all of them NTA, they set up their cameras. They were shooting. They see the Nigerian security forces shooting gun in a market square with all the cameras mounted. Now the question is, Nigeria, you're going to attack. How comes cameras we are putting in the strategic places? They were videoing Nigerian military forces shooting to the whatever they claim that is the criminals that are operating in the market. They videoed it. When IPOB exposed all those things, analyzed those videos, they withdrew those videos, they removed them. And the Nigerian government or the Nigerian military did not counter what IPOB present to the public, that this thing is organized, a fake attack. Now, some of you see when this guy came on social media that he wants camp everywhere. Mazi, that is where the word camp came from. He wants camp everywhere across Igbo land. And once he did that announcement, because, the people, Kuriogo and the people that contracted him activated that, because all they need is for him to make a proclamation. So you cannot link, it will be, except kind of evidence here, it will be difficult for you to link it back to the people who are in the uniform doing the attack. Before they were wearing uniform. Now they remove uniform, went and opened those camps everywhere across this city, and then inviting also the Fulani Janjaweeds. And now the attack is happening. Looking at the report, that man was talking, saying how they went in a particular place. You see more than 300 Fulanis, and it's like there's a kind of, a segment of activities that is going on there. And our people were being butchered live. People are just sitting and wondering about the city, and they don't know what is going on beyond their nose. So the insecurity was activated by the buffoon in Finland, which these people, before these people came for his arrest in Europe, Understand that which we told our people. It's not possible for this guy to be in Europe and make some of those utterances that he made, and he will go scot-free. They used him to the extent even the bank they were using was Islamic bank they were using to transact money for themselves. Your PM that is doing, they were using Islamic bank transacting money, sponsoring terror in our land. And this is what you saw in Nigeria that happens today, and happen also, they found opportunity in our, somebody enabling environment, somebody provided for them in the East, and they activated it. That's what you're seeing that is happening in our land. And instead of our own people now to also support IPOB, these people, they went for Christmas. I'm very happy that everybody enjoyed that, but there are people who did not enjoy it. They're like, I was surprised, even Ebube Monso, in all these things we have been saying, Ebube Monso was mentioning name of Reverend fathers, more than 15 or 20 of them that has been kidnapped, that we don't even know. Some of them did not come back. We did not know such a thing were happening. And when we are talking about all this, their fake miracles, the people we are just, people could not understand what we are saying. I was shocked to see Ebube Monso mentioning all the names of fathers that have gone missing, kidnapped, in this survivor and that survivor in the last 2-3 years. And our people did not know. And they were not even saying it until it came close to him. Now he opened up. Now we begin to hear what is happening, and even the so-called members in the church, we are not even saying anything about it. But when we talk about, the deception in their congregation, they will come attack, and this is what is happening between them and this. So, Mazi, the thing is that, like I said, the kidnapping, we know where it's coming from. All the insecurities and according to one of them, I think they called the Governor Soludo or whatever, and the police, they said that they cannot go inside the bush because these are the perpetrators. Some of the den of the kidnappers are behind police, beside the checkpoint, and the police, headquarters and police stations. So our people are still playing the blind politics. That they can't do anything for the people. All their interests now, they are looking for another tenor they have to go. This guy now, Soludo, is looking for the next tenor now to go. Now, that Tinubu came to Enugu just a couple of days ago. Nobody, he wasn't there. He wasn't there. How come a whole Okebeke of Almighty, Abiyahana, Tinubu's in Enugu? So what is happening among the Igbo politicians and governors? They cannot come together and discuss about the well-being of the people because the enemy inserted them. They imposed them on our people. And like I said, there is no other body, no other organization, no other group that is talking about the well-being of our people apart from IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And this thing now they are trying to do, to disconnect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, making people now to question the integrity of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu over the activities of Umunni, have put a lot of question now in the minds of people. But we are not going to lose hope. We are not going to abandon Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as I always say. We will continue to campaign for his freedom, but then our people need to, under the structure, they're supposed to come together now, politically now, I need it down. Politically in Nigeria, we are down. Go and check it. Onye person actually contest recently, they have a new year at that place. Ya what wrong with you? He say a picture for Anya public. Now a question will here and I say that now he's not grammar he use he's not fit. I think I might be wrong here, but they said he's not fit to be the president of Nigeria because somebody like get play such as sentiment politics now. How can you see him as somebody that will represent the person? Now, if you look at it, when this Yoruba pastors are meeting Buhari in office. They start, they shake hand with Buhari. But you see, Jonathan, a whole president of Nigeria, went and kneeled down before Oyedepo. Or is it Oyedepo or Adeboye? Adeboye. He kneeled down. A whole president kneeled down before ordinary pastor. They reduced him to nothing. And that thing went in the public. The whole world now sees it. And Nigerians who are gullible now sees the so-called their pastors and the Doboye and the Oyedipo as men who are close to God, who is above president. Do you see the psychological effect? When they issue order, those ones can counter it. Jonathan needs to go to the Yoruba pastors and take order and take permission and take some kind of leverage for him to, do any announcement for the Nigerians. Do you see the politics? So our people need to wake up. Know that the only reason they are fighting IPOB from all angles, they sponsored heavily autopilot. Our people, the same thing Obasanjo is saying that he used Igbo. Gowon said that if I had known that in Igbo, he wouldn't have even spent a dime on war. A bullet that Niagara sponsor Igbo to
is what they are doing today. Exactly what they are doing today.
They have resorted today. You can see, look at, like I said, when we were saying all these things earlier, people did not believe us. Go and look at all the confessions of autopiloters, how they were sponsored. They were the one, even they were planning. You can imagine this autopilot, in Finland, they were planning to attack church. They were confessing this. They were planning to attack church. Just to prove what? Just to blackmail IPOB, just to blackmail the movement, just to blackmail the Biafran struggle, just to reduce the agitation to nothing. Because they were paid. See where they are saying Agranyo. Look at all of them. Go look at their confession. Look at the women. Look at their women. The women heckler that is doing autopilot. Go and look at the disgrace. Stinking. There's no race we have in the history of Africa. I have not seen such, race of a women betraying their own in such high level. It doesn't exist in Yoruba. Amazonia, it's not happening there. In Hausa land, you don't see their women doing this nonsense coming on social media, dancing at the blood of their own people, their own children they get birth to. Because they hate IPOB. The problem, believe it or not, one of the things I worry the politician, how we go on IPOB is getting Biafra. Biafra is very close. And they are very terrifying. I must speak my English correctly. They are very terrified that, what will be their fate in my Biafra. But we are not going to, there's nothing, you help us to get Biafra. And your business and future is secured. It's more secured in Biafra than in Nigeria. They are destroying it now. You can't sue them. You can't do anything because you're a Nigerian. They destroy your business in Lagos. You can't do anything. Look at our brother, the one that borrowed $30 million and bought a place, that built a resort. They use David Omai. To go and destroy oh my God, destroy an Igbo man's establishment. And as soon as they use him to destroy it, that project, they quit it. The same thing they use Wike, an 8-state developer in Abuja, they use Wike to destroy it. And after that,
Mazi, this comes to the same question, the original question that we are asking. When Dave Omai, as the Minister of Work, when he was given that plan of building that place, and he knows that place will pass through his brother's property, what is inside his mind? Why can't he, in one way or the other, lobby for his brother? Of which a Yoruba person will do it. An Hausa person will do it for his brother. We lobby and defend. You say, no. See, at least, even if it is to pay compensation, lobby. But they don't do it. Now, what is the problem? And one of the problems I see is also they see themselves as they are giving them favor. And a typical Igbo man have no right in Nigeria or in Nigeria political system. So when he enters there, he's always afraid that he will lose it. So he is behaving as if it's a privilege. If he help his brother, oh, he might be termed a tribalist. A tribalist. So he's always he wants to become always or be termed as a detribalized Nigerian. So he can, in order to do that, he must beat his brother. He must kill his brother. There's one video, even I put it on my timeline some time ago. It has been maybe 1 month ago, where somebody was videoing in a police military checkpoint. When the driver came out, they were talking before you know. I had one of the military of the first military person there speaking Igbo said, "Nah, mmagi ora, mmagi." I had that. You understand? Which means he's an Igbo man. Before now, he started it before others now draw him before they started beating the guy. Somebody was inside the bus secretly videoing. So you see that there is a psychological problem in our people, not only the politicians. I am telling you. You know, that is why staying in Nigeria is causing a mess in our psychology. It's a complete mess because there everybody is afraid that, oh, we don't have right. It's a privilege. Anything they, if they appoint you to be a minister as an Igbo person, so you must live to a standard. They will tell you live to a standard. They must always criticize you. Anything you do, if others do anything and pass, you as an Igbo person, once you eventually, they always use this in order to fight our people psychologically. So that is why you see, like maybe in Lagos or in Abuja, you enter into an office or filled with different tribes. You see an Igbo brother, you want to speak Igbo, you will turn to English. As if you don't want you to implicate him. So you see that is psychological. From all these psychological little problems, psychological problems from even ordinary people. When the person goes up as a politician, he will continue behaving like that in order to belong. You talked about P2B trying, being videoed where he was sitting down. They did it. They always do all these things, voluntarily in order to bring them down. It's a psychological war for you to continue remaining inferior, humiliated. That whatever you are being given, it is a privilege, not a right. So you have to dance to our tune. That is what Nigeria has successfully infused this psychological defeatism in our brains. Now, Mazi, please, in conclusion, also because I want to open line, please talk a bit about this Ohaneze Ndigbo election, which even IPOB has released, has given out a press release that this time around is for the Igbo, the turn of rivers, so that nobody, it doesn't matter who, let no other person venture into there that you are not from River State. So please, you conclude with that before we open line. Please, just use about 5 minutes. Go on.
Mazi, I made mention of that a little bit earlier. And this is something that we need to bring to the attention of our people now. And that's why we are giving this lecture here this evening, so that our people will know and see how other race play politics. One thing we've been doing a lot of work now, unifying our people, both those in the coastal region and also those ones in Ibanke, in Edo State, how they fragmented us and put our communities in isolated areas of where they don't belong, and they don't have access to, they deny them access to their own brothers, as Igbo race, and then they are not welcome to the other race that they fragmented them into, or they cut them into. So And we are doing everything humanly possible now to make sure that those people feel the sense of belonging, both those who are, individual doing on their own. The question, like I said, I have to put on every meaningful Biafran or Igbo or people in the coastal region. I had Obasanjo, meddling into that upcoming election between Ohanes and Igbo, and I think trying to appoint or redirect the appointment of those who he wants to be in favor, the election to be in favor, which is exactly now the same thing now. Everything the British have applied in Nigeria, the Yorubas and the Fulanis are also are trying to use the same type of system, apply in our own ways, appoint people for us, and let them, be used against the people. Now, why is it that Obasanjo wants to meddle into the Ohanes and Igbo presidential election? Why is the Fulani, the Northerners, is meddling into? The question is can any Igbo man or a German or Fulani man try such a thing among Oduduwa or Afenifere? Can any Igbo man try such a thing? That's the question every person in the East supposed to be looking at. Don't come into our own domestic. This is not Nigeria election now. It's our domestic thing. Allow us to be. Allow us to be. Allow us to be. Regardless, we are not. At least if you don't know what to say, tell them. We are not meddling into it. Oduduwa convention. We are not meddling into your Oduduwa agitation. There's never a time you see Peter Obi condemns Oduduwa. In fact, Peter Obi was in Oduduwa convention, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago? But also condemned Biafra. Condemned Biafra. But it was in Oduduwa convention, in Oduduwa hall. So our people should stop these people from meddling into our internal affairs. Now, the Fulanis meddling into internal affairs. You can never dare try such a thing anywhere. Arewa or Meetiala is having their meeting. It's in Iwoni or Iwoni from anywhere close to that place. In what there? Why would our so-called, our elderly people, political elite, are allowing themselves, will be meddling into a domestic things that is here with him? They'll be coming inside, messing it up. Our people should know that we have brothers and sisters in the coastal region. I made this analysis the other time that the people you see in the coastal region did not fly and stay there. Go and check the history of the world. You keep migrating from the mainland until either mountain will stop you, or ocean will stop you, or desert will stop you. That is how it is. The people who are in the coastal region are the same people. You can see them, even the British reporters, I think, was it you or somebody was reading it the other time, or was it on this radio, or somebody was reading it, that these are majority of Igbo people. 98% they said. Igbo race, but speaking a little bit different dialect of Igbo language, but they are the same people. A white man was reporting it. Since Onyocha is the one giving account of what we supposed to be in the history, in our libraries. But we do not have that. There's no library now where you can say this is where you can go and obtain the information of Igbo race, where we started, how we migrated, what stopped us, and what we have been through as a race. We do not have even library. Go to Odudu, what they have. Go to the north, they have. Fulanis have their history. It's only us that we do not have library, that recording everything we have been through. That's how these people are manipulating us. We keep falling into the same mistake because we do not have information. And the only thing that we have here as the eastern region is this Radio Biafra that is not controlled by anybody other than indigenous people of Biafra. That is why it has not collapsed. That is why they have not meddled into. That is why it has. They tried. You gave out the report to here and play the video how these people tried to hijack Ipob Radio Biafra. Why is it important to them? So that they will use it and cause mayhem, and then the radio will be shut down. Because that's the only way now. That's the only thing we have. That is the only way, means of communication. As I'm speaking here now, people in Biafra land are listening and listening to our conversation and understanding how we have been messed up and things that we need to correct now. And it is our generation that will correct this. Our people should allow our brothers in the coastal region to lead this time. They are our brothers. That place is called Iwacha. It is our land. It's only that in any country you will see people who are living in the coastal part. I have made even video from where I am here. Drove almost 1 hour to. Well, there is a place here, some coastal region here that I would drive almost 2 hours or 3 hours before getting to the people who are living there. They never said that they are different from the people who are living in the mainland or in the city. They never at any point said that they are not them. Because what stopped the people from migrating, like I said, either mountain, desert, or sea. That is what stopped people from migrating further. Otherwise, if there is a greenish land, they will keep migrating or they keep going. This is who we are. And do not allow these people to be meddling into our domestic thing, even though that I don't believe in Ohanese. But our people should allow the people in the coastal region to take what is rightly belongs to them at this time around. This is what I have to say here, Mazi. Thank you very much.
There were. Thank you, Mazi. We will just go into few minutes break, and when we come back, I will open the lines. Please do not go away. We shall be right back under few seconds or few minutes. There were.
na-agbazie ndị a mụwafụ na okwu echenjigo ịdọndọbara na-agbasa gị ma ndị agha n'ebe ọga na-asị bee ya saịda a n'ebe mmadụ ka ọ dị ndụ eziokwu nna atịkwa m ya 10,300,000 nsi na akaụntụ kwụọ ọrụ nlefe ego mana ọ bụrụ inye ego bụ isiokwu enwere ndị nyere ego egbukwalụ egbu fada anwakwuo mụsụ 20 million ewe gbukata mmadụ ma ndị a na-enwe ewelu dị ebe a egbuo atụnye wụwa something na oyi 17th ọgụlụ oyi 18th 19th malụ mgbe ha na fada beta argument ebe ha na-ebe mmụọ nsọ bachara mba onwe ndị ya bụ ọbụla egwu atụba fafa asịghị na anyị nwere ike idiktekti ebe a achọrọ ha fe eme ha mara Anambra enwe dị sekuriti a na-eme onye isi fapụta sịfada na ọ chọkwara na irelize mana ọ chọ igosi obe mmụọ nsọ na ya na ya bụrụ na fa na afọ ya steady. And the second gwakwuo ya that na n'ihe eji ugbu ya nkịtị bụ na maka anọ fada mana na ha chọzi igosi ihe akpọzi amara na ha nwee flagship akpọ ndị otu asị na ebe ọ bụla ndị kampụ ọbụla ihe mme asị dị enweta obe mmụọ nsọ na ndụ chefu ụmụ kelekele ụmụazị bụ egbe a ụmụ ihe ụmụazị na-eme na ha na-eme yahoo ọ bụ ọkwa yahoo akwa kidnapping nke ụmụazị ya basu ịpụ ụmụazị etu a ndị yahoo anụnwa yiri iPhone 13 na-eme I was there na-akpọ ma their girlfriends na anyị nọgide ha nọ 19th 20th 21 22 23 n'ọfịa ejero toilet eliro nne awụrụ arụ atara atọ amakwa m na mmadụ na-anọ mbọsị nọ n'ụlọ ọkụ mmadụ sị na ọ nọ 3 days ejere toilet once m sị na asị amarọ m na ihe a dị possible na ọkwa na 25th si na-efozi 25th akpọpụta maka ọ ga-esi akpọpụta mmadụ asị gị ọya muvi fe na-ama tatatatata agba the person ndị mpụta echegidogo m ehiche ebe a si na-ehiche pụọ ada m ekwuzi maka biznes not pick of my business ada m ekwu maka my parents ada m ekwu and maka this boy nwee the Dubai estate ya na bed mana a na-achọ bed since 1 month akpọbịara pọ nothing nta wee na-adị ka esi egbu mmadụ nna ịfụ ka esi ele pass my brother ifu ka esi ele ihe a na one boy chi ịgba ọsọ ebe onye ụmụ ụbọchị achịkọrọ anyị ọnụ njụbi ọsọ ma ọ nọgo 20 something days de na onye ya na ya sobi ebe a na-agbagbu gị ịghọtago na ọnụ ụtụ asị mpụta asị m na gị mana emechila anya ya sinsi ya asị m na gara asị n'afọ da mụ na ya na-edi nọ ka anyị ekpekata gị ekpele ebe a ekpesikwa ọ dịkwa ka Chineke enweghị ihe ọ na-alụ ekpegidekwa ekpesikwa ebidokwa n'ikpe Chineke God and ada ekwu okwu so anyị megidezi asịkwa ya solu njide ma ọsị ya jide ma gagide ha pụta n'iru nke fa ọfịa ka fa nọ ya ụbọchị anyị na anyị eti anyị na buutu Venza n'ebe ọbụla ebugide wit Venza mụ na fada na isi na moto a amepelu m buutu nlitu onye alụzi ya dị Venza na ba nchọghị ịgụkwa ka onye nwee Venza na fa nke bụ ndị asị ebe ewelu duo m ụlọ wit Venza nsigodu ka m dị shọ ka ndị a nwekwa ike ha nwere nke ha ma ebulupụwa n'ụzọ mụnye dị moto ọkụ ndị agba ọkụ n'ime moto chịghọtago so before ị na-ama anyị bụrụzie gagide n'ọfịa wagide ọfịa na-anụma na ebe ị nọwa ọfịa wagide dị stik forest wagide onwezi ebe elu kwụsị anyị mepee but si m nneki na fued na Venza ebulie na ma anwa gbazie egbefa gba tọn wa mechie but fada sị nke ọnya ka anyị wee chọgide ụzọ ebe mgbe anyị ji lute ebe a na Paris ya dịka ebe afta wanụ nke ụtụ wee wagide ọfịa wee chọgide wee fụzie ụzọ isi ya ka anyị gaba Ọka n'ọbe m ọsị m ka anyị gaba na Ụmụdịọka na Paris ebe a ka anyị nọ n'owu na Obemọnsọ fa nọ na adoration ha mepụtara tell about us ndị mmadụ gbaba ọsọ mgbe speed anyị ji kwubata de akpọpụtazi anyị n'ọta ebe a from there akpọgozi anyị n'ụwa arụ wee na Caledon ọkụ maka ụnụ na-awụ ọfịa
eji ka wa ọhịa because of ekpom inspection nsịgị nna ka m bịakwa and isi ka ịdị mmadụ eburu onye kwagidere ya agha me njiri saiz kwaghị isi iji skọp amagara ndị saiz amara ya zai ka mmepe factory ka ọ na-ekipụ m busy because ahụ ya na-eme na ebe a na-eji awụ ya achọta ego nna sọrọ ka efukwa helu
nna nwanne gị akpọgodo m nke a n'obodo oyibo
mbụ
wisdom afụgo the thing wee kpụọ na-etiso mkpu
ọkwa ọya kpọ nsị na ọmịsị nke mma na ọkwa dị m
na mmadụ fụlụ nchọkwa Anambra makwa m na-etu a ka ọ na
congratulations for
ndị haus ịmara nwe hausmen dị ebulu
n'Ọnịcha North
enwere pakpọ m na-asị m na onwe kli ugele ebe anyị jụ excursion nwezi mmadụ nwekwa kli o asị m na gọvanọ kwu anọ m Ụmụwere wezi na gọvanọ kwu na onwere ihe ọ mụọ ya eme nwunye dị manụ tinye na fon ọ naghị ebe na-asị m biko na onwe anything mba agwa nwụfa mụọ ka ndị a kpọkpọ 20 million and ọ dị ka fa mụrụ nọ hausmen dị mara ụmụazị ya agụrụ akwụkwọ and ọkwa na akaụntụ ya ka a na-atụ ego your friend mama your friend nwụrụ anwụ
oke mmadụ ewu nke
na your friend nke atani side ka afịa nke a dị short no house
oke mba ọya nọbụ
your brother ị mara mma nọbụ
mba ọ mpa ya nwụ
papịa ọ na akaụntụ ọnya
oge ọ na akaụntụ ka a na-atụrụ dị ego
ka a na-atụ dị ego so ndị akụ 20 million ọ dị gafa nwụrụ nọ mgbada gafa bụ mgbe fa ji mazi ya nọ mgbada fa akụchi ofe ekwu ọzọ anything.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi Jonathan Chinedu'S from Alu Province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct with Mazi Isaiah, who is a member of the DOS Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra. And today we are on the show Viewpoint. And Viewpoint, we tried to analyze and examining the mindset of average Igbo Biafran with political power and some other issues relating to Biafra struggle. Our lines are now opened because we are going to take just few calls. Our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Please, when you call, please, I beg you, make your points as quick as possible. If possible, maximum 3 minutes, please, so that others can also call to contribute, please. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Who is the first caller? Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Please, your name, where you're calling from, if you may, and straight to the point.
Hello, thank you for having me. Good evening.
There we
Jonathan.
Mazi.
Oh, bye. Yeah. Two issues. Or the first is that I have listened to this your program, and then my concern actually is, I don't know, is it reflecting the thinking of the leadership or just a viewpoint of individuals in the leadership? Because is still thinking of.
Mazi, please, I don't know. Are you using maybe any gadget or Bluetooth? Because your voice sometimes it seems as it ceases. Mazi, please. Mazi, I'm no more hearing you. Can you hear me, Mazi?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Although if you are using any gadget, please remove it. It's blocking your statement, ceasing it from time to time. Go on, please.
Can you hear me?
It's better right now. It's better.
Okay. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is this. I do not know whether this program reflects just the viewpoint of individuals or the thinking of the leadership. Because it seems to me, if it is reflective of the thinking of the leadership, hello.
Yes, Mazi, Ganiru now, Ganiru.
Yeah, we do not understand the full implication of the seat at home. Because that seat at home, it's just a way, it's just set it's a bait to show between IPOB and these politicians. These politicians are spent force. These politicians and they will
Mazi,
not be
are you
anymore in
whether are you moving? Are you driving or moving? Why is it sometimes you just
No. I'm just no. I'm one place. I'm in one place.
Go on, please. Go on now. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
Something is definitely wrong, honestly, from your side.
Hello?
Yes, just round it up, please. Yes, now it's coming, but sometimes it ceases. We cannot hear you. Go on.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is Ohaneze and Igbo politicians are spent force. First of all, Ohaneze is only the tired and retired politicians.
Mazi, I think let me pick another call, please. But let me say something in what you're saying. I don't know. Before, if Mazi Aizayoba wants to say something, like you are talking about the politicians in our land, they are spent force. We know that they are spent force, yes, but Soludo is still the governor of Anambra State. They are spent force, yes, But Hope Uzodinma is still committing atrocities in our land. He is the governor of Imo State. They are spent force, yes. There is no way we can neglect their presence. It's impossible. We are trying to educate our people to understand that these people are spent force, that IPOB is doing the right thing. You understand? So, what you talk about Sitatoma, I don't know where it come inside. I didn't hear that. So, Mazi, but I don't know whether you have anything to add before, or many people are calling, please. You have to.
Maz, we didn't get his question very clearly.
Yes,
so
yes.
let's go to the next person.
Okay, okay. A caller on signal, please go on. Mazi Akas, welcome to the program.
Yeah, Mazi, good evening from here.
There we
We've been listening to this program right from beginning when you guys started, and I thank God for this radio that the enemies couldn't have the opportunity to kidnap this radio. By today, maybe I have also here more the radio Akochigo. Mazi Agayoba, I just want to say thank you for coming to Radio Biafra today to educate our people for what we're supposed to know. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria, and I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as IPOB, Austria National PRO. Mazi, it's not, I don't have any question because we've been together fighting these atrocities that came after the extraordinary edition of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through the infiltrators that came from Nigerian government to destroy this family. Also, using the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, one of our brother called them the siblings of iniquity. Trying also to thwart this strong family we have all over the world that are the backbone of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today can look at the Nigerian government and in their faces to be bold to speak is because of IPOB, not because of Nezus. But it's a pity. But Mazi, the question I want to ask is, please, do you think that Chukwu Okike don't know what he's doing? Maybe because in 2015, when our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in Lagos, that time, those days, Uchemofo was the deputy. Uchemofo came on air to announce immediately what happens to our leader. And IPOB all over the world rallied to make sure that Nigeria will know how powerful Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man they are holding. In this present time of extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which Kanonta knew, he knew that his brother has been held and somewhere torturing him for 8 good days. Question was asking, this guy kept quiet until his brother was renditioned to Nigeria. Don't you think the same person, if they were like maybe, if not the work of Chukwu Okike trying to come to DOS, maybe to say they are working together, and even what we are passing today could have been worse. Because I think that this thing is Chukwu Okike want to separate the wheat from the chaff. Because at the end of the day, when you people finish meeting, all quite the same Kena Gapo, put the meeting here on outside. Maybe we don't look this thing at this and so that Umu Biafra will see exactly how this guy want to destroy his own brother. Mana IPOB, we said no. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will never let him down because he has shown us the way. We must continue to fight until he's being released. So I want us to look in this perspective. Maybe it's just what I want to say, Mazi. For other things, I know that IPOB we've been doing the needful. Chukwu Okike will salvage us from this type of mess we find ourselves in Nigeria. No, Mazi.
There were. Mazi Oba, do you have anything to say?
No, he make a contribution. So let's go to the next, please.
Okay, yes. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Please go on. Caller on WhatsApp. There, Mazi.
Good evening. My name is Ozoma. I'm calling from Iguacha.
Welcome to the program.
What I want to okay, sir. What I want to say, because there's one time that our leader is making broadcast. He said that is there any way that we can differentiate the Fulani bandits, those bandit men, with the Fulani men in army uniform? Because from my own understanding, I have seen it that since ESN is doing their work in the bush, they have diverted their foot soldiers once more again to security men. Because the rate at which the security men is harassing and killing our people on the way is nothing to write about. Because this insecurity of a thing, the security men is the people most involved. Are you hearing me, sir?
Go on, go on. Yeah. Your word is hearing you.
Okay. If there is any way that we can address it, because Chinambo Mazi China
Chinasa.
Mazi China Samoru, he said that whether he is to fight them to international criminal court so that then we invite them to come and answer for themselves, because the effort that they are committing is nothing to write about. Even if you see what they are doing, our people, even in all these cells and the prison, they are busy slaughtering our people on a daily basis. The Fulani men and the rest, they have now shifted the murdering act to the security agent. That we wear security emblem. You don't know that is the same Fulani people. That place is what I suggest that we should be putting more attention on, so that then we leave us alone, because they have shifted their attention there. They are the most people killing our people right now. Now is it because even to travel on the highway now, most of us used to be afraid, because the type of thing that we are jamming on the roads is hard bothering.
Very terrible.
That is it, sir.
Very terrible. There wo.
Okay,
There wo.
thank you. Okay, sir.
There wo. That is why we are doing what we are doing, because you know, the Nigerian caliphate have now come openly in order to deal with us. You know, we are fighting asymmetric war. You see what Obasanjo said? I use Igbo to kill Igbo. Look at what like Mazi, look at what happened, transpired these days with Boko Haram and ISWAP running over Nigerian military bases in Borno and many other places in the north. They don't even care. They kill soldiers there. They don't care. You go to all those areas, they don't have roadblocks. But you come to our place. That is where every pole they have military checkpoints. What are they checking? Nothing. Still, I mean, kidnappers, criminalities are going on every day, committed by these people, and our political representatives are doing nothing about it. That is the saddest part of it, and that is what must motivate us into, you know, doubling or quadrupling our efforts in order to get what we want. Caller on, let me see. Caller on signal. Can you hear me, please? Go on. Caller on signal.
No, Mazi, I can hear you.
There, what Mazi?
Mazi, your job, I'm ashamed in short. I'm not ashamed because the honorable people in this very struggle is not doing anything. But I'm ashamed the length an average Igbo man is ready to go in order to destroy his brother. I have checked even in the business places, the person and the average Igbo man has to contend with or compete with is his fellow brother. They can never look outside. They can never weigh their strength or their muscle or whatever with anybody. If they got to see an outsider, they talk about peace. I want to ask these questions. Since they go about selling themselves, look at the way Ifeanyi Oba died. Look at the way Dora Akunyele died. Look at the way they killed his husband. And so as many as, even look at the way Jim Wobodo, Abe, sell the Kweme during Obasanjo time. What have they achieved? Have they been able to be the Nigerian president? Every one of them keep going for an individual as an interest. Even the other tribes are busy showing them how to play politics. They will never turn their eyes on that direction. Look at what Hope Ozodimba is doing in Imo State, just for 8-year tenure. After that 8 years, what for? What next? Do you know why Tunumbuna is shifting? Because Hope doesn't have much years again. They are going to go and build another stooge that will stay for 8 years. If you go to that Enugu of a place, you see how this guy have packed all kinds of vehicle with tracking and everything. And you will never hear them catch any Fulani. They are all looking for ESM, Biafran, this one, that they follow market people and where they will destroy it. Mazi, is a pity.
It's a pity, Mazi.
But all this thing will never deter us. It will never deter us. Rather, it will harden our, in short, ayatagunchara. Because there is no back to go to, as you keep saying it. I am grateful for Chukwuka Biama for bringing people like you, Mazi, Azayoba, China Sanworu, everyone that I cannot even remember their name, Mazi and the Kanu that have. The worst thing that they did was allowing this radio Biafra for somebody like Mazi and the Kanu to wake up our spirits. Mazi, if I keep going, I will not stop.
Yeah, well.
I want to talk about this Ohaneze issue.
Just 1 minute, please. Use 1 minute.
The whole Biafra are all Igbo. When you take your time to travel within our places, you see the names of your villages in the other places. They never disappeared. It is your own people. I went to Enugu State. I saw a village that is answering Owerri. I saw other names of other villages in that very place. These are your brothers. And we keep talking about the Ohaneze presidency as if Ikwere is the only Igbo people in River State. They have Okreka. They have other people that is Igbo in that very place.
Yes, yes.
Mazi, may I leave other people to call? May Chukwu bless you. Thank you so much.
There were. You know, when we say Ikwere, for me, I refer to all of them, both Okreka, Opobo, all for me are Ikwere, you know, under that name. The bottom line is Ohaneze Igbo presidency is allocated for now to those in River State. So whether it's from Antonio or Okreka or Ikwere or Opobo, it's the same thing. That is the bottom line. Mazi, I don't know if you have anything to say. You let me know, please. We must continue. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Mazi Obasi, can you hear me, please? Go on. Can you hear me, Mazi Obasi? Mazi Obasi. Yes.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah, Mazi, go on, please.
Yes. Good evening, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, dear friends. My name is Esio Obasi, and I'm calling from Ghana as usual. Thank you very much for this program. The topic is really needed. Just to be very quick, I remember in one of the broadcasts, our leader once in speaking to the Eastern governors, he said, and I quote, any governor who is giving my brother money in the name of IPOB has dashed him money. My brothers do not represent IPOB. Close quotes. This was from Ohamadike himself. I do not know why all of a sudden, in his physical absence, the brothers have somehow assumed some level of leadership of some sort to represent the movement in one way or the other. That alone should show us that these are simply paid agents who are trying to control the information so that their dirty works will not be exposed. But I am confident that our movement is not only genuine, but is divine. And as it is with anything that is divine, whatsoever happens always end up to be for the betterment of that cause. Our people just need to always put their mind in such a way that we will understand the things that are happening around us. IPOB, I have always said and I'll say it again, have come to stay. And for the first time, we have a voice. Concerning the issue of Ohanese, just like Mazi Azayobara did say, he doesn't believe in Ohanese. We don't either. But IPOB always stand for justice and fairness. And in this case, we are not standing for our brothers in Iguacha because we love them more than anyone else. We are standing for them because it is only fair and just. Because what we seek after as IPOB, which is the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra in our time, is about justice and about fairness. It's about what is right. And we stand for it. We stand for it, and we will stand for it wherever it appears. We will stand for justice wherever it appears. And that is the reason why we are standing behind our brothers, wherever it is in the riverine area or in the so-called river state, which is Iguacha. Bottom line, I will say to my fellow Biafrans, let us not be blown by every wind of information coming from people with ulterior motive and selfish intent, because we know what we seek after. And we know those who have stood by this movement, who have stood to make sure that we were not derailed, those who have ensured that our interests, collective interests, were protected. We know people who were accused or who, we have information of their criminality. We know them. And we know those who actually stood by this movement. There is nobody, whether some ambulance lawyer somewhere or some opportunists or some people who think that they were given some sort of agreement somewhere and they think that that agreement is going to give them undue advantage and they decide to tarnish the image of people who were actually working and actually got a real result. Decided to push them aside so that they can take credit where they do not have any work. We know them. We've observed this thing for the past 3 years. We have seen them out. And nobody at this time should be confused. Nobody at this time should be sentimental. We know that. Coming to the politics of Nigeria, we have played this thing for many years. Chubakadibo was killed in Kanu State or so. Till today, nobody spoke about him. We're talking about Mado. Nobody. We finally have now people who can now come out and say, we are IPOB, we stand for Biafrans, wherever they are, whether they speak Ibibio, whether they speak Efik, Anang, whether they speak Ikwere or they speak any language at all, or any dialect at all that you find in Biafra land. We are Biafrans and they speak for Biafrans. We saw when Otis Okalo was being jailed. We saw how our leaders spoke about him. We saw when Padambaka was being unfairly treated. IPOB stood by him. That is what IPOB does. And this is enough evidence for our people to know that this is an institution to be protected, worth dying. I don't see any reason why anybody at this point should be confused. Though, Master Jonathan, I don't want to take much time because
There
other things to
were,
go.
there were, Udodrege, there were. As we are moving, inching towards the end of the program, caller on WhatsApp, not you, Mazi Joe, please. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. From we don't know now really. So I won't take much time. Ma asọmpi ndị Igbo bụ ndị enwero a society na-ekwuchitere ha. And even though IPOB stepped up, our people are too naive and stupid, especially this Igbo one Nigerian is Kanakwa. The Igbo Abu Nigerian ishi, you know. To the point now that they want to they themselves are trying to criminalize IPOB, forgetting that I ain't the Kangwere. And IPOB is like a tree. Ngwere hapụrụ ukwu osisi gịnị eme aka akpara ya. Because I've been seeing lately, I had a Twitter spat with somebody, and I come to find out no onye APC. So my handle for Biafra fly, I was like, oh now, maybe you know. And then there was another incident about somebody CUS Lotta. Somebody there may arrest, may accuse that now they raising money for quote IPOB who are killing people in Igbo. And see, you want this kind a criminalize one. And when somebody says that, he automatically gives other people the license to treat you like a criminal. To the point that now they kind of couldn't even wear Ishiago. Hello? Oh, okay, I'm hearing like an echo. So to the point that now they kind of couldn't even wear Ishiago to court. So those are the ways a people can be condemned and on the rest China had is safe. It's only a matter of time. I remember where Anna Bomb Izombe. I ain't China complain. And it's always in the politics, whether they're APC or PDP, only open and they criticize Kezafia, my circle. But we only have one in your go and mind the enemy. As if to say enemy is zombie cannot happen to me. Or what if I have in-laws in zombie as Onyibo? As if to say enemy or half around the same time, Kakwa military in around the mother open on half year. So when the buying will any sense of group think. And the only thing we can say we have POB name, we hear regular Biafra name. And so it's gonna be a long it's going to be a long and difficult task. Our only hope is Radio Biafra and IPOB. If we lose this out of anybody's selfishness or anybody's parochial interest, this is the only opportunity we have to fight back. Thank you.
There were, Mazi, of course. You nailed it. This divisive mentality. No be here like they happen. I beg, therefore, you no go reach here now. Or now I got on with business here, you know, when here, you don't even care. One day you will happen to one of his family. You say, so the thing, oh, why am I here? Like I'm not put this in the mail. So not here. Let us fight evil wherever it is. Don't evil. You should not put any distance. Evil has no distance. It can touch you. Caller on signal. I think you'll be the last caller. Caller on signal, please go on.
Yes, Master Jonathan.
There, Womazi.
They don't mind where I am. I'm at working place, but I have to contribute my own. Mazi, I got you, but may God bless you.
Mazi, can you bring the telephone? Put the telephone nearer to your mouth, please, because you are sounding far.
All right. I hope I'm coming out now.
Yes, it's better. Yes.
All right. So, Mazi, I got you, but may God bless you for your contribution. Please, for what is happening in our land, our leader went to Igbo World Congress to tell them to support the struggle. And World Igbo Congress was laughing at our leader. And as I could remember the day when we went to Ekurobia. We went to Ekurobia, on ground. Everyone saw our leader. And the funny thing about everything that happened in our land, that this poor man of God knows that we are not safe anymore. And they don't want to do anything. They don't want to support the leadership. They don't want to support ESM to do the work perfectly. They believe that Nigeria government will save them. Our police army will save them. That's one thing they believe. But they did not know that that no one will save them except IPOB, leadership, and ESM to save everybody. That's the word they fail not to understand. That as we stand now, these people have entered our land. These people have surrounded us. They are in a different countries, different corner of our land. The only what can save us is support ESM, support the leadership. If they know this, it's for better for every one of us. And if they fail, what is coming to them is a child play compared what happened during the war. Because these people, they came to kill us, to sell our part, to even rape our children. Every blessed day, Mazi, people are missing in our land. Young people are missing. Old people are missing. Girls and boys are missing. Mazi, every blessed day. They thought that it is a child play. They thought that it is just a film. It's not a film, it's a reality. Let everybody support the leadership. Because I say, our people normally say, look for the black goat in the daytime. Because when dark comes, it can never know black goats in the darkness. That is my own contribution for them. Mazi, may God bless you.
Mazi. Thank you very much. Caller on Mazi Joe, please. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I hear you, sir. Good evening, sir.
Mazi. Please make it round it up in 2-3 minutes.
Okay, sir. Without wasting any time, I'm going to say a very good job done by Mazi Isaiah this evening for his inputs on this program. But I have a contribution and also it's like a sort of question to him and the DOS. And I want to talk about, because I don't know if our people are matured enough to understand the meaning of a manifest destiny of a people. I don't know if they are matured enough to understand it. The US, as we see today as a country, is flexing its powers based on their manifest destiny. And part of it is that no nation must come around them, like, say, Russia, North Korea, or, which they will see as like a sign of war for them. So the manifest destiny has helped them to develop to what they are today. Our people in Igbo and all Biafrans, I think the lack of so many infrastructures have, in one way or the other, affected our people from understanding the fact that we are being decimated, we are being reduced in numbers. So, Mazi Isaiah, sir, I would love IPOB, to think and rethink about us Biafrans having our own manifest destiny. I think it has to be proclaimed. We have to make it known so that our people will understand, because at this moment, our people don't understand what is at stake. Our people are being decimated every day, kidnapped, raped, and some people are busy doing some stupid things online. And another problem we have is also the impact of religion on us. Because basically, we from that part of the country, or part of that contraception, we are basically Christians. And it has made our people to be more docile, that they would rather want to go to heaven. But rather, they want to go to heaven, but what they have on earth, they see it as nothing. Meanwhile, the people that sees it as something are coming and killing them and taking over their lands, but they are still there, believing that a certain spirit will come and fight their physical fight. Mazi, please, we have to do something about this, our manifest destiny. Let our people really understand where we are. I think a communique should be made into that effort. Thank you, Mazi.
There were. Mazi Isaiah, but please go on now towards, you're making your pattern shot. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you very much, and thank you, the last caller. Of course, what you have asked and suggested is not out of place. IPOB, first of all, they have organogram. What is to expect once Biafra is restored, and a part of that is, first of all, we are investing so much in information and education so far now. If our people are not grounded into this information and learning how to listen to what is indigenous to them, this is where we lose it all. And they can see the same thing now. We are asking our people to invest in what will be the future of the race. Our people seems to be far from that, and this is very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. Anybody who doesn't think towards this direction, that person is no longer a human being, I can tell you. Anybody that is not having concern, like some of these governors, are not paying attention or having concern to the, insecurity and the death of our people, both on the road, both even the so-called military personnel and the security agencies are adopting and disappearing. It's a serious concern. It's a serious concern. And this is the reason we are also asking our people to value what is theirs. There's a lot of distractions that these people have engaged. I don't know, should I call it a war of psychology on our race, on our people. And this thing is really hitting our people hard. What is that psychological war they weighed on our people? Now, as time progresses, you can see these people advance more. You can look, if you look at the so-called core content creators on social media now, they're supposed to use an advantage, at least, and repair the damage of what this some of the damage this Nollywood caused in our land. Some of you may not know the level of damage the Nollywood have caused. We have been saying this for over 7-8 years now. People think that we are talking nonsense. These things they are well plotted. Ndị ọcha na plan here, and the time okay be they take effect. And that is the way they operate. They don't do it now and expect a result. They will plan it again, even 40 to 50 years time, even 100 years time. They will, plant it and then keep watering it until the time mature. This is what has happened in our place. When this thing happened, our fathers, knew that there's something wrong. They stood up. What led to Biafran war, some of you do not understand it. Our fathers saw the eradication of race, the threat these people posed on our race. They stood up and they pushed it back a little bit. And instead of the new generation to take note of what happened, despite that our fathers have done the best they can, some of us as we are doing now. If you look at the generation now that is still pushing this Biafra restoration now, the younger ones are not, they are into content creating. You see how they are terminating, the generation of fighting, of those that are fighting for this Biafra restoration now. They engage the younger ones who's supposed to be much even paying attention to what we are doing. And now they're gone into content creating. And I took it as a job, going to Yahoo and into kidnapping. Completely distraction to the roots. The youth are not paying attention now to the history. You see? So these are the things we are here trying to reverse and at least guide the young generation. Look at what have happened to us in the past. Look at what we went through. Look at the Biafran war that happened just 50 years ago. There is no elderly person that is guiding our people back home. Nobody that is representing and talking to the youths. There is no youth center. There's nothing that engage and bring the youth together. Sometimes there's no way we can be talking about what we are talking without mentioning churches and religion. Now the church have taken the position of community meetings that we normally summon across villages and towns that engage people together. Now the time of community meetings, the time of Yuzukota Swama, Agawa all night, Gawa night vigil, Gawa standing in the gap, Gawa praying and fasting for 100 days. Somebody will leave his community. Gawa Nimo help us in the Niagaja mountain, Niagaja mountain inside the bush. Who does that? Which race that is doing this? Kanu 2 years, no 3 years, no 4 years. In our war here, Yahoo here, Reverend Father here, Pastor to come inside the bush, Niagara Mountain to go and pray for 7 days, for 100. Somebody is giving you 100 days fasting and prayer. In this modern generation, the world is moving on, and the amount of people that are involved in this are youths. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Nobody can challenge them. They have all the political powers. The people here know how they gave more support and publicity to these criminals. And they have overshadowed our people.
The worst part of it, this content creator that contribute nothing, you see them shouting like in Qatar and social media. You look at what they are doing, you cannot understand a race doing this. You see thousands of views watching them, going in millions. But to go to this radio Biafra and the Biafra television now, go and see what is watching there. Whether it's Facebook that is doing it or it's naturally that our people are not paying attention to the threats. A race that faces threats like this, people are being killed, people are being adopted, people are being murdered in large numbers, and they are walking about to doing content on social media. Are you telling me that we are normal? And some of them, when you see them come on your comment on your post on comment section, they say that you people are talking and you're doing nothing. And I'm asking, how do you want the leadership to do anything or the DOS to do anything when you don't contribute, you don't support? When they call for protest, you don't even come out. I just come out to 25th of December or 20 New Year's Eve. Yes, New Year's Eve here. You see thousands of Palestinians here. These people have been protesting in this country, across Europe, anywhere they are. Spain have recognized the state of Palestine. Ireland have recognized the state of Palestine. A lot of countries in Europe
Total of 100 and I think
the state of
150 something, 150 something countries have recognized. Yes.
So there's no way they will not get their freedom. But somebody check him voice record, tinye na social media. But how no here? I call for protest, they don't come out. They will go and do irinji in Alabeke. There was a time I protest here in Europe. Gakuso hebe ha na eriji. The people who na eriji na Alabeke here, ebuwe ha n'ụlọ. They are being killed. And you are here eating yam, doing yam festival. There's nothing that brings us together. Church have caused more division, more enmities within the communities and villages, more than good. Because they will be in the church to tell you that the person that is pursuing you, that is causing problem, that is sending an accident to you, is your uncle and the grandfather in the village. When you know there is no road, there is pothole everywhere. There is there's no job. They collect money and build cathedral when there is no maternity hospital in the communities and villages. But you see a village that has not up to 200 people. They are building cathedral that worth billions. But there is no community healthcare and hospital where a pregnant woman can be rushed, or somebody who bicycle knocked down or a car knocked down. There is no local hospital where you can rush them for first aid at least. Which race? Now, like we are saying, all the politicians, the governors, they are disconnected with Ohanes and Dib. Ohanes and Dib were disconnected with the governors because they are fighting for supremacy. And the enemy have crawled into our communities, adopting, ransacking communities. And the Fulani playing a very smart game. Which Yorubas understand now. Remove the indigenous people who are in the military and replace them with the Janjaweed from the Futajalon. And when they send them in the community, they will wear uniform in the daytime, in the nighttime they remove it. They will ransack the whole community. Our people do not understand. Go to church, you see a crowd of our people doing nothing in the church. Look at here, Ebukobi control. Living far away from the reality. This moral in what they are talking. How does this, and they are putting this on internet. 3 minutes live. How there is one that I'm seeing on social media and somebody tagged me on it.
They naked them in the church. Naked them, they were videoing it. Pastor is casting and binding in a church, recording and videoing it. And they because a Fulani cannot do this. Awusa cannot go on church, Barato. Yoruba cannot go in a church, Barato. These are Igbo people. Misplacement of priority. The church that's supposed to bring us together, bring communities together, and inform our people over the danger that is facing us as a race. They are there distracting our people. Somebody all the way from America came to Igbo land, and a man, somebody who called himself a man, can Abraham saga, saga na social media. Saga na social media. Even to the extent, hey, one respect to Onyanwuramu, if I know they were disgracing themselves, talking nonsense. They were getting thousands of views. They came, instead of them to continue facing themselves, now they blackmail IPOB, the only organization that is creating awareness about the marginalization, about the incessant killings of our people. In at least the only people who are bringing the reports outside, no other Nigerian news are not reporting what is happening to us. They can even report what happened in Hausa, but they can't report anything that is happening in our land. The adoption. If they will report it, they will report it in a negative way, that our people, to scare our people from coming home, or to scare our people from coming together to fight, or to stop this criminality. Somebody really senior onye okpala kosochi ebole. No na so kakwa na camera jiderie. Akwa because ahụ ya na camera. He openly, without any reservation, saying that IPOB, so a woman is raising fund for IPOB to be killing people in the southeast. That she have killed a lot of people in the southeast. So you have no reason why you are going after your woman that you are fighting on the internet with. Then you are using IPOB as a blackmail, making IPOB look like a outcast, if you like. Mwafibo. You put on social media, you have apologized. Our lawyers should file against this man. That's my own. Our lawyers should file against this guy who left what he was doing, coming on social media and internet, saying that IPOB are raising. When you see that IPOB is condemning criminality, exposing and fighting criminality in our land, people who are sharing innocent blood. Now somebody put as the sin our IPOB. Now somebody is raising money for IPOB. This is the kind of thing. You look at this kind of thing. In Naju, our people, they are what through this sacrifice here. I know, man. That is some of us who managed to struggle to come outside. Left everything we are doing. Left my job for the past nearly 4 hours now. Here addressing, talking to people who are doing this. Who are doing this? You blackmail IPOB. Something that Yoruba man nekube. Something an Hausa man nekube. The siblings no an Hausa man is defending IPOB. An Hausa man is defending IPOB. The value of IPOB, what IPOB is fighting for them. As I said here, Palestine here, how many of them in less than 1 year? More than 43,000 have been murdered. Palestine, they are still standing up, protesting, not giving up. Actually, now, once they get their thing, you will see an Igbo man going there to answer Akibo na Palestine. Ozuribo one na Palestine. Jenile Hawan, I'm America.
These are the kind of, they always go ebe mesh. But you come in Igbo land, you come in Nigeria, knowing the danger your race is facing, you blackmail them. Somebody opened the mouth, blackmailing IPOB that is not involved in your saga, that have condemned every evil and criminality. Also that have even exposed Nigeria in corruption. Election he get you election he get you or use IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu n'ime. Stay there fighting. Your own contribution is to come and tell the people who and you're telling me that here, do you know how many people this guy should be summoned? But it's your force should get involved in this. It's not about let this guy come and explain to our people how many of our people youth ought to grow like Nigeria. How many Fulanis can there to Fulani? How many Fulanis can their people be to in public? Upon all these open incessant killings. But it's still an Igbo song. You come out on the internet, you say that people are raising funds of IPOB. When you see even the fight we had here with Simon Ekpa. Unu chọrọ ebe a na-akwashọn akwụkwọ kwuidele na aba n'ime akwụkwọ ihe unu chọrọ na ọrụ na asị na IPOB are fighting separate onwe ha from this thing now. You had them saying that they are fighting everything to hijack Radio Biafra. You had the voice note that at least if they manage to take over that Radio Biafra, that one where there for South Africa, where the all he need is money. And yet, no prediction, no way. At the end of the day, they give that guy money. He always come to Radio Biafra and he will be playing then the same one eventually one day with go support one. He now go and they open a radio talking rubbish. A grown-up man, see as a barrister, near agro barrister, ego IPOB because you go barrister. But then that term is against our people. They betrayal everywhere. And you still see honorable IPOB leadership members, US who refuse to succumb. They blackmail Chinedu'S, this leadership. If not the law for our people, they are not even thinking about themselves. They are thinking about the well-being of our people. Our parents our elders have left our generation to perish. They don't say anything. They have compromised. No more integrity. The same integrity now can have fight can people do the integrity of Nnamdi Kanu? Because once you begin to question the integrity of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that means you will abandon him. You will leave him. They want to cut every connection, everything that has to do with IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi. They want to separate it, which they find willing to from his brothers. Our people should know the danger we are facing. Understand it. Find a way. Go to IPOB. Contribute. Palestine, as I said here, example, more than 45,000 people have been murdered in Palestine. They haven't, but in less than 1 year. Here, Inter Society, they bring the report of IPOB and Igbo youth in the last 3 years of reign of Ekperima. More than 30,000 Igbo young men and youth have been slaughtered since 3 years of Ekperima. Something that now it did not even come close to Wazirike's movement. Talk less of IPOB. In 3 years, more than 30,000 of Igbo youth, men and women, all due to the infiltrator you use your hand to support. You contributed money to. When it comes to IPOB here, then we are begging you, asking you. You are sitting down there and say the leadership are not doing anything. If they tell you the engagement there, onwe the leadership chori ime, onwe this type of ihun owu he me ha bia bu na public. Ekperima pụtara mbe na claim ke na public. Where is he now? Akwa ihun uchoro. Akwa ihun uchoro claim one ihun uchoro. Meru nu woto na public. How far now? Where is he? Ana agwa unu ihe na ha na-emewa agwa uche. Unu achọghị ịghọta ya. Support your own. All time na agwa so-called politicians now and the Igbo political elite and the Ohaneze ndị Igbo. Lekwele na anya in other race. Lekwele na Afenifere ndị Yoruba. Lekwele na Arewa ndị Fulani. Look at all of them are all speaking. All of them are speaking. All of them are speaking for the interest of their people to clinch into power. Ihe ndị ka anyị mewu Soludo megekie, he doesn't care. Okay, Beke megekie, he doesn't care. Ndị ka arụtụ the gang up na achọkwa ka ka blackmail ha. IPOB would the only force. Amotokunu is there. The Oduduwa movement is there. They didn't destroy them. No single Oduduwa movement have been killed. No Arewa person have been murdered for claiming Arewa Republic. But to look at what you people are doing in our land, our own people cannot even support their own. They will go and give tithe and offering for free. They will never ask what they have used the money to do. For donkey years, you're giving tithe and offering. But IPOB that you have future. This thing now, this brother is asking here. They have future. What we are doing now, we are not even the one that will benefit it. It will be our upcoming generation. I have asked this question and I'm going to leave this tonight to conclude. The Yorubas, they have plan for their race. As I said, look at Joshua, the guy in Apopo. Look at how they are using him to facelift Yoruba land. Are you seeing it? Because they want people to come and invest in their land. They want to bring foreign investors in Yoruba land, not in Nigeria, in Yoruba land. They focus, all his movement was almost 2 weeks now. It's all every village in Yoruba land. He will go in this community in a bush. He will swim in a local river there. He will go there. He will take. He will go there. He will show the youth. He want to prove. He's showing the world potentials the Yoruba land has. Then their own daughter Anuna that could be the next prime minister tomorrow is now presenting Yoruba identity. Never mentioned Nigeria. Yoruba identity. They look at her position, but she switched directly to Yoruba identity. Now Joshua is there, facelifting, promoting, including the music. But learning the Kanu won't become musicians now. War. Completely distraction to the core. A tire ha war, hana war. Onye ke kpatara ego ya kpọrọ nwanne ya ga lọk. Ana agbabuse kwene ndị ka agbabuse. Ndị father wa na kidnap here and just look at the mess. Support upon IPOB and distant security network at least that is repelling these people a little bit. Onwe ku neme. Una adicha wicked ota, the wicked to against yourself. Now, oga uzunu no na church na ana-ekuzi okwu kpekusu nwanyị na ndị dị na nwanyị na ndị na-edi na oga wuzi moral ana-akuzi na church. Mmadụ abịa na church agba ya ọtọ vidiyo na-etinye n'internet. What is going on, our people? What is going on? Misplacement of priority. Every other race is moving on. Every other race is only Igbo race, only Eastern region, only our people, both in the country. Look at our waterways have been messed up. Oil pollution. Yoruba people played a very smart game on this people. The politics. They convince even Dangote, Yabe Station, one of the most sophisticated oil refining company in Yoruba land. Half frustrated will the man now. Half frustrated now, how to again, yes, yeah, happy. A station on there, they cannot dismantle that. It's an economic deposit. Even self convincing in to continue to invest in outside. Do you see it? Now. If we not only IPOB, our people should return. Our people should return and support this movement. Support it wholeheartedly. Make contact. Ask coordinate. Ask yourself, what can I do to contribute in this movement? Not to kidnap one nigga. If you have a voice note, till when I radio fly we everywhere. What is going on? You could try a labakwa. A culture, you may voice note to that here and there. Go and check that person where he is now. And now Bondi now nobody speaks. Nobody speaks. Biafran television is on. Every other race means they promote to their culture. Yoruba a TV had in charge of media. They promote to their culture. Oh, hey Joshua Jipatadia. I will say television no promote to their own. Which one do we have? Apart from this radio Biafra, you people cannot even have time. Buy data, listen to it, tune it on, and let the people in the village hear what is going on. We can only do what we can do here. We are not only talking. I know it's what else do you want us to do? Oh, the thing now, it's like I don't know. I'm a man there by now how what through the time I spend. Because if that is the new politicians are what that no actually here how Jack how Gaga go and pick your PVC. They will put you on your heart. Control weird there. And then me here and there. Apaka nwa nyi ma bra ela hwe this nwa precious ibra na Nigeria. Ihu ndi Igbo, ihu some of our able men and women of importance. They ha ga no na small boy na ese picture. Ese picture post on the internet. Where is that development of a British High Commissioner from history? Months ago. Where is it? Where is the development from the British High Commissioner from history? Where is it? Because who know retentive memory. They know you don't have it. You don't follow things up. I will to the another person. Because how am I not what to note? But Chukwu Kabiama will help us in this movement. We are not going to back down. We will restore Biafra. On this note, this is where I'm going to leave it. From here, from my location, it is good evening. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan.
There were Mazi. There were, you said it all, honestly speaking. What I will add in summary is our people should stop this or limit this extreme selfishness. It leads us nowhere. Selfishness, lack of empathy. You know, we have been shouting it here. When it's happening in Enugu, we say, no, they harmful. You know, Nadia, it looks fine in your eye. Oh, it cannot reach here or over here. No. There is Enugu. Until it reaches your side. The following day, it touches you. Now you start shouting, oh, I was thinking now, here they happen. As Mazi Yoba said, the only thing our people now know is after come out, if it's alive, it come out in order to put voicemail. Post it. Now wow, see my oh now wow, kawa. Go and watch him. What is he doing in order to combat this? What is he doing? Nothing. Finish. The other one say, oh, Igbos need to strategize. And when you plan, plan and Igbo. Now you are strategizing. You see IPOB. You don't support ESN. You don't support nothing. What type of people are these? Only what our people, what we always do is fighting dirty. We can only fight dirty against our own selves. Like the person he talk, he's raising money for IPOB online. Just an Igbo man can fight dirty, talk anything in order to make sure that he kill his brother. I don't know. You know, I used to say this, that our people, we are primitive. It's only IPOB that is trying to make us, turn us into modern human beings. When I talk about primitivity, people don't understand. They think that is no, it's when you are dirty, you don't have. Oh, you have car. We have nice houses everywhere in Igbo land. So we are not. No, it is not. When a people engage in consuming themselves, eating themselves, that is primitivity in different ways. When you are aligning with foreigners in order to kill your own people, exploit your own people, that is primitive character. These are things we are trying to make sure to eradicate in our mentality so that Biafra, viable Biafra, will come. Extreme selfishness is the cause. When from 1970 we are turned into more selfish animals. Go and survive. This Nigerian caliphate sentenced us into go and survive by yourself. Don't mind your brother. If you can kill your brother to survive, do it. That is what they sentence us. All these things are happening in our land. You see our so-called rich businessmen, showcasing their riches, spraying money, millions and millions, hundreds of millions of naira and dollar. Now, wine, now, marriage, now, they don't think about what is our environment turning to. How can we help? Because they can be able to hire security, Nigerian military armed to the teeth, line them up, and they come to their village and do within 2 days there or 1 day, 24 hours, they are out. Is that life? This is where I'm going to stop. Thank you very much for listening. Tomorrow is another day. We must make sure, in order to continue hammering, because the most important part of this restoration effort is the teaching, the enlightenment that you are receiving here on Radio Biafra and some other social media hardcores. That is what we open our mental state in order to do what? In order to change our reasoning. By changing our reasoning, way of reasoning, we change the way we act. That is the thing. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
isi ụmụ gị niile bụ ndị ikwu ndị wee eziokwu mgbe a kpọrọ ha ka ha wee chekwaa ala nsọ gị bụ Biafra onye nwe na Chineke na ihe ikwuru anyị nkwa na o mekataghị ka ndị iro wee were ala nsọ Biafra onye nwe na Chineke na nke bi n'igwe agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro ma ndị na-agba mgbọ ebe niile dị iche iche onye nwe na Chineke nna ihere bụ nke ndị dị etu a n'ụbọchị nke taa anyị wee na-etori wee na-asị onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-azọpụta onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ okwu ya niile bụ ihe na amen. Anyị wee na-asị ezi ebube dị ngọzi nara otuto na ịja mma na nsọpụrụ site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ise
ise, ise.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us this beautiful morning, afternoon and night. So I say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you have joined us from. Thank you very much for being part of this program this morning. Thank you for waking up with us. This is Sunrise on Radio Biafra London, and my name is Mazi Sochima Mbanali. And today is the 24th day of November 2024, the 24th day of November 2024, and the time now is 5 minutes past the hour of 5 in the holy and blessed land of Biafra. Once more, I welcome you to this hallowed platform. I welcome you this very, very morning. It is an honor. It is a privilege to be with you here every morning from 5 to 7 a.m. Biafra time. Of course, our religion is Biafra, and it is here on Radio Biafra that we worship. This is where we conscientize ourselves. This is where we motivate ourselves. Every single day when I come here, especially since this November, since Ember period began, whenever I come here, I get surprised. I get surprised that, wow, we are already at the 24th day of November, the way time flies. And this is a reminder to you that time waits for no one. Time waits for no one. They told us, tick says the clock, tick tick. What you have to do, do quick. So what you have to do today, do it today. What you have to do tomorrow, do it tomorrow. What you have to do next week, do it next week. Yes, what you have to do next week, do it next week. Patience is also a virtue. Okay. So thank you very much for being part of this program. And right now we are streaming live on Facebook. It's been a while since we streamed on Facebook. Crazy, yes? But yeah, today we are streaming live on Facebook. We usually do get disconnections, when we stream on Facebook, but we are trying to see today if, that will occur anyway today. But hopefully it will not be the case. So thank you very much for being part of this program this morning. Very soon I will be joined by our brother, the fearless evangelist, Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku. And this beautiful day we'll be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We'll be talking about IPOB. We'll be talking about Nigeria military, of course. And perhaps the conversation will have a little bit conversation regarding Eperima, the criminal in Finland. But today, yes, that is the outline for today. And I want to remind you that you can join us on our FM radio at 102.1 FM. If you are anywhere in Biafra land, the frequency is 102.1 FM. That is the frequency. And I want to remind you that we are streaming live on satellite as well. We are streaming live on satellite. Yes. And we are also streaming live from various apps. Yeah. Such as Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio. Yes. So all these apps are easy to download. Just go to your app store and download them. Just go to your app store and download them. Easy, easy. Yeah, we had issues with the app, but now it is sorted. This is freedom fighting, so there are complications that can occur here and there, but we had it sorted. And then the radio is opening in various places that did not have the coverage now can attest to it that it is enjoyment all through. Yeah, people are attesting that the radio has opened at various places. So it is a testament to the fact that we are determined that we go nowhere. Our only destination is Biafra. There is no other destination except Biafra. Therefore, if you are part and parcel of this struggle, if you are in one way or the other advocating for the progress of this struggle, then you must pat yourself on the back. You must understand that what your work is doing, the work that you are doing, is ricocheting. It is work that you can see. You can see the implication of what you are doing. You can see it right before your eyes. You can see that every day your effort is not for granted. Your effort, the seeds, the fruit, the seed is bringing out fruit each and every day. So that is one thing that I must say to each and everyone who has been part of this, GCK. So, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is the stand of IPOB, and that stand will not change. The unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the unconditional release of Biafrans who have been kidnapped, who have been abducted by the Nigeria government, Biafrans who are languishing in various detention facilities, various dungeons. The stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of these Biafrans. There is no other way around it. There is no other way around it except the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and these Biafrans. You remember that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, was kidnapped and tortured for 8 days in Kenya. He was kidnapped on the 19th of June, 2021. And since then, Nigeria government has continued to illegally incarcerate him in the DSS dungeon, Abuja. And this is despite rulings from various courts of competent jurisdiction, both in Nigeria and outside the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. They have refused to obey their own law. They have refused to obey their own court. And we are saying enough is enough. A country cannot function without the rule of law. A country cannot function without the rule of law. And this is why Nigeria is not functional. This is why it doesn't matter what people do, how much attempts people make in order to make Nigeria work. Nigeria cannot work because the system is designed not to work. Therefore, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave Nigeria solution to their problems. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up with a workable solution, not just a mirage, not just a solution that is just something that is not practical. This is a very practical solution that will bring a permanent solution to the Nigerian problem. Rather than thank him, rather than be thankful, rather than say, yes, this is the type of a person that we need. What they did was they went to Kenya, they kidnapped him on the 19th of June 2021. They tortured him in Kenya for 8 days before they extraordinarily renditioned him to Nigeria. And since then, IPOB members, we've been fighting. Biafrans, we've been fighting. Our friends, our well-wishers, lovers of freedom all over the world, we have been fighting in order to ensure not only the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but the freedom of every Biafran that is in the DSS dungeon, and the freedom of the Biafran people. The stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of thousands of Biafrans who are illegally held by the Nigeria government at the different dungeons across the contraption called Nigeria. Nigeria government must stop the abduction. Nigeria government must stop the dehumanization. Nigeria government must stop the extrajudicial killing of our people. We are saying enough is enough. It was on the 14th of September 2017 that Nigeria government, the same zoo government, invaded the home of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the home of his parents, His Royal Highness Israel Okukanu. They invaded his home. They tried to assassinate him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They tried to assassinate him, and he managed to escape the assassination. He managed to escape the assassination, but at least 28 people were massacred, were mowed down at his home that day by Nigeria Army. At least 28 people were mowed down at his home on that very day by the Nigeria Army. These are people who were not armed, unarmed people. They were mowed down by the Nigeria government. And we are saying enough is enough. Not only that these people were mowed down by the Nigeria government, not only that these people were mowed down by the Nigeria government, 7 mass graves was discovered. 7 mass graves was discovered after that operation by the Nigeria Army. 7 mass graves. Yet this is a country that is asking, that is saying that it should be one. How can a country with such a character, a country that behaves in this way, want us to be a part of it? You can see that that is not workable. That cannot work. That cannot work. Those who are mounting one Nigeria are not interested in keeping Nigeria one. They are not interested in the least in keeping Nigeria one. So this morning, once more, I want to thank you for being here this morning, for being part of this program. And this morning we'll have a candid conversation. Very soon I will be introducing our brother Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku, and then we will take it there. We'll take the conversation to. It's going to be very informative, I must tell you. It's going to be very, very informative, I must tell you. So, you must come close to your listening device this morning. We will be talking about a whole lot of, we'll be discussing a whole lot of issues. We'll be talking about IPOB, we'll be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we'll be talking about Nigeria Army. And I want to first of all read what Mazi Chinasanworu wrote. And he says, thanks to IPOB media, their consistent media activities for the past months against criminals, kidnappers, infiltrators, and agent provocateurs really paid off well. Some might not understand what has transpired. The IPOB media sensitization approach is gold and must be studied in future. In couple of months ago, instruction was given to them to engage in the brutal media war against the enemies of Biafra. Okay, let me take it again. It says, couple of months ago, instruction was given to them to engage in the brutal media war against enemies of Biafra struggle, and on the process, They completely separated the chaff from the wheat, and those concerned got the signal on who is who within the Biafra agitation. People don't know many of these criminals in Biafra have been caught, and many are on the run, and most of them could not hide under Biafra agitation anymore to commit crimes. However, there are also people you will kill and brag about, and their spirit will bring you down. Mazi Kugwoha. They brag and dance on the social media for your death. Today, some are being served breakfast behind bars. Some already had their last lunch and dinner, and some have no place to hide in order to relax. The fight for the restoration of Biafra is on. I told them, we have ears, and we hear every noise around us. Some people think speaking is silver, but for me, listening is gold. Okay. So this is to say, yeah, we are doing a wonderful job. And this is also to encourage us for us to not relent. Because when things like this is said, it is for us not to relent. It is for us to redouble our effort. It is for us to put in more effort into what we are doing. And on this note, I want to thank our people for the contributions that we are making so far towards the Eastern Security Network. Yes, we need the Eastern Security Network to be at maximum production, at maximum production. And how will we get them there? It is through through funding their activities, which is the protection of our land, the protection of Biafra land, the protection of our farms, to ensure that we can go to farms without any kind of fear, without feeling uncomfortable, without thinking, what if, what if? No. This is why we need to protect our land. This is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu set up the Eastern Security Network. You understand that GMO is not good for you. GMO is a no-no. GMO is a no-no. And how will we stop ourselves from getting entangled in this GMO issue, eating it and all of that? It is by planting our own, the one that we are sure of. And we will not be able to plant that unless we provide the necessary tools for the Eastern Security Network. Unless we provide the necessary tools for the Eastern Security Network. So GMO is a no-no in our land. All of these efforts, all of this is a way to get us working in we talk about Biafra, we talk about how wonderful it is going to be. But we do not think about the work that is needed. The work that is needed to make Biafra that wonderful thing. I say no ofe maramma no we go buria. You understand? Ofe maramma owe go buria. For Biafra to be that wonderful, that beautiful place, it needs work. And today, the work has already started. The work has begun. The question is this morning, are you going to ask yourself, what are you doing about it? If you are a pastor, what are you doing about it? Are you rather sending money to Europe, sending money to Britain, than bringing that money that they gave you to give to God by giving it to God? And how do you give it to God? By putting it in the protection of the lives and properties of those that gave it to you. By contributing to ESN, you are protecting the lives and properties of those who are even giving it to you. It is common sense. There are things that are very, very important. Your life is very, very important to us. So let's listen to this clip about GMO, and then before I introduce our brother Mazi, Madabuchi.
I come from an organization that is called Zimbabwe Anti-Sanctions Movement. Now, the relevance of Southern Africa being involved in this particular meeting is that we are the victims of this GMO. And the reason we are victims is that South Africa was the first country on the African continent to accept GMOs. And when they accepted GMOs, they accepted it at an interesting time, 1979, when South Africa...
Okay, I'm not sure if this is still playing. Let's see. Seems like we have a little bit of a problem here.
Africa declared war on the entire SADC region in Africa because they did not want these independent African countries to then...
So it's just crazy that this is giving me problems.
Liberate South Africa and remove apartheid. And as part of their strategy, they created what was called the National Defense Council. The National Defense Council then said we need to find ways to neutralize Africans and African populations, and we need to find how to do it utilizing business, military, and also science and genetics. They created an institution that is called SAGENE, or SAG. SAGENE was going to create genetic materials that were going to be used to attenuate African populations and to kill Africans. And that is where the strategy for genetic modification for South Africa came from, and that is also where the use of HIV that was injected in SADC was also created. Now, many of you would know that there's an institution called SIMA that has got commanders of that institution that have begun to admit that they deliberately injected HIV into Africans. But what they do not say is that they also decided to use genetic engineering on food and diseases to also affect Africans. And that's why you see that Southern Africa has the highest rate of HIV in the world, but not only that, they are the biggest users of genetically engineered foods. And Zimbabwe is an importer of this genetically engineered food. It has the highest cancer death rate in the world currently because of these GMOs that contain glyphosate and that are engineered to target certain ethnicities. And so we want you guys here in West Africa to understand that we, coming from the area that still has the highest number of white people on this continent, understand that there's a weaponization of food, a weaponization of disease, and these are coming together to attenuate our immunity, to cause cancers in our bodies, and to allow these opportunistic infections and HIVs to affect us because our immunity has been compromised. And so before I finally finish, the attenuation of our immunity did not start only with these GMOs. It started with the hybrids before the GMOs. They come with less nutritional value. They come with certain elements and minerals that are missing. And now with the genetic engineering, they can actually remove entire nutrients out of the GMOs to attenuate. So we've been to court fighting companies that want to bring these GMOs. And we have gone and met judges that were not friendly because there were no policies in Southern Africa against these GMOs. Your parliament is currently sitting to make policies and framework. Do not waste this opportunity. Do not follow the direction that Southern Africa has gone because you do not want to see the HIV, cancers, and disease rate that we are finding. And then finally, you need to also understand that there's an economic cost to this. When you begin to use GMOs, you in Nigeria understand you eat most of your food from rural farmers. Rural farmers will not be able to grow those foods the moment they have to use seeds that cannot reproduce and patented seeds. And these patented seeds become more expensive over time once they've eliminated the natural seeds. We know this because Lima Grain did it in Europe. Lima Grain eliminated tomato seeds. After eliminating tomato seeds, they started selling tomato seeds, hybrid seeds,
at 60,000 euros a kg, all the way up to 400,000 euros a kg. Can we afford here in Nigeria to have maize seed sold at 60,000 euros a kg? Can we afford for the cost of seeds, a kg of seeds, to sell for the price of gold? We cannot. So we need to stop this food colonialism that is coming with dependency being created by these seeds that cannot reproduce, and continue to go back to our traditional seeds. Thank you so much.
Okay, so you heard the last part of it. It's colonialism. That's what it is. And colonialism is actually what Nigeria government is practicing. This is why they cannot say they don't know this, but they understand that the agenda is to depopulate Nigerians. They understand that the agenda is to depopulate Biafrans. They understand that this is the agenda of the West, depopulation, and they are depopulating through food, depopulating through a lot of ways, including using the army, so that when you come out, they just kill you, harvest your organs and whatnot. When you come out to protest, they just kill you and drag your body into a morgue. And then they keep you there for months and months and years. And then some, they even throw into the pit. Go to Imo State, go to Olo, and see the kind of burrow pit that they've dug and threw in bodies into. I mean, look at the massacre at the hands of Nigeria government. Is it not the same as reducing population? It is the same. It is the same. Okay, so this morning I want to introduce our brother, our comrade, the fearless evangelist, Mazi Madabuchi Nwachuku. Mazi Madabuchi, welcome to Radio Biafra. Please go ahead, introduce yourself and your opinion. Before I introduce the first question, which is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Can you please unmute yourself, Mazi, if you are hearing me? Okay, I don't think he's hearing me. Let me do something again. Let me do something. Okay. Mazi, can you hear me now? I think you can hear me now. You were not hearing me earlier on. If you can hear me, please unmute your mic and introduce yourself and your opinion. Especially on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let's begin with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because so many people are coming into the struggle not knowing the story, and some of them the story is being told from today, not understanding the journey, not understanding that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not just come out today to campaign for Biafra. And I see that this is the problem that some people are having today. I mean, some people are crazy about Biafra, honestly crazy about it, but they don't sit down to analyze, sit down to think, sit down to actually get information. Rather, because of that, they actually look for something exciting. So please go ahead, introduce yourself, and start with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as we proceed. Ndewo.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning from here. Good morning, Biafrans. Good afternoon, good evening, good night to some of you, according to your location on the face of this planet Earth. I remains Mazi Nwachuku, the fearless IPB evangelist. I am in Biafra land. We move. So, this very morning, on this very topic about free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we will start from his incarceration, and we will also, the world should also know the stand of IPOB that Nnamdi Kanu leads on the Biafra restoration struggle. The stand of IPOB is self-determination, and that's what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been presenting to us. He have been asked severally if the civil disobedient approach that we use, if that one fell. He said it must be referendum. They say if referendum fail, he said it must be referendum. We continue on civil disobedience. They must give us referendum. So now, In 2015, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, on the 12th of October, but 2015, and Nigeria hid it away from us until 13th of October 2015 that IPOB announced it on Radio Biafra that the Nigerian state has arrested our leader. Now, reaching on the 14th of October 2015 was when the Nigerian state admitted that they were with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, let us pick some things here. That is why we first of all touch the area of self-determination. Now, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was brought back to Nigeria, reaching on October, IPOB started protest. That very October, IPOB started their protest, peaceful protest. The first protest was in Bayelsa, and the Nigerian state sent their forces. They confronted us, but they did not kill us. On that very day, they just made sure that they scatter us, arrested over 400 of us, packed in their trailer, but within 1 hour time, they were released. So, though we wounded, because we fall inside swamp, you know Bayelsa is swamp, some of us jumped inside swamp, there was no, but they didn't shoot us. So that was the first place. Then we returned back home and continued the protest. Now, let me get the point why Nigeria fell in this very war that IPOB presented to them. We gave them self-determination, they gave us army. That was the worst part of the Nigerian state, the worst part they took. Because they thought that nobody from the east should exist. And they believe that through the way they have conditioned the politicians, so therefore nobody should talk. So everybody from the east is chaff. Even on the area of self-determination, we are also seen as chaff. So they have to crush us. That was the tone of the Nigerian state under the government of Buhari. Crush, 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 every day crush. Every day we crush IPOB. Every day. People that gave you self-determination, even upon the crush you, or upon the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu in was detention then and still in detention now, currently, in that 2015, we protested peacefully. When they confronted that October, we returned back home, started protesting peacefully in states, in different states, because all of us went to Bayelsa then, but we returned back home protesting in different states. Oh man, go back to your state. That is plan B. We applied plan B. Go back to your state, protest. Right? Then we continue. There was no violence. Nothing. Now, in 2016 was the first time they killed us. They first of all rounded us up at, what is it called? In Aba, along Abowere Road, they rounded us up there. Later, when some calls was made, after some time, they freed us. They didn't kill us. That was December 2015. And remember that in that very December 2015, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started going to court from the October. Then reaching to December, Honorable Justice Adumama of the Federal High Court discharged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally on the application before the court on December 2015. And the Nigerian state refused to obey this court order. You know, when we talk about court order, people thought, disobedient to court order, they thought it started today. Some new people who don't know what we are saying. And if we talk about detention of Nnamdi Kanu or illegal detention, they thought that it started today. We know how to fight it, and we fight it based on self-determination and also lawfully. We fight, we do everything we do based on law, both local and international law, because we are fighting to restore our land, and we must fight under guidelines. Football, everything have guidelines, they have rules, they have referee. In the freedom fighting, people are spectators, they are watching us. There are also, last month, there are referees. You may not see them, but IPOB knew that they are existing. And we have to guide our struggle. So we continue. Reaching in 2016, on still the protest for free Nnamdi Kanu. Remember that the protest then, Mazi Kanu had been freed, but they did not obey him. So we protested, and the first killing over the protest for free Nnamdi Kanu was in Aba on the 9th of February 2016. Not the first killing of IPOB members, so we mean killing of IPOB members that protest for free Nnamdi Kanu, and that about when we were in a school praying. We didn't move. We went to stay there for 3 days and pray inside the school, National High School Aba. But the first killing of IPOB family member by Nigerian state was in Anambra on the 30th of August 2015, when Mazi Kanu was on Radio Biafra. He was not arrested then, and it was on Sunday, and we call it Black Sunday. We changed our profile pictures to Black Sunday then, so that was the first killing of IPOB by Obiano, Willie Obiano. We continue. So now, in 2016, they killed us. That is to say, the army took over the case of IPOB from the Nigerian state. So they added SSC force. So they started carrying on extrajudicial killings of IPOB peaceful protesters based on Ahmadu Bello Constitution that nobody should have control over himself here. Based on Nigerian policy that nobody should rise up from the east. So they did not see anybody. They did not even care about the law. They did not even care about what IPOB presented. All they care is that they must crush us. They counted their armies, they counted their allies, they counted the people they gave our properties, our resources. They said, okay, they will beat them. But what we presented was not war. And they were shouting, war, war, Nnamdi Kanu is calling for war. But we never showed them a gun. We never showed them a gun. During our protest, there was no bank touched. No bank. Nothing touched. Not even Nigerian flag was touched in the whole of Biafra land. No property, nothing was stolen during our protest for free Nnamdi Kanu. Now we continue. Reaching in May 29, 2016, in Mbo, Nigerian army massacred us while we gather upon the upon the illegal detention of Nnamdi Kanu based on the discharge unconditionally by Honorable Justice Ademola. And before that killings of IPOB in Mbo, Mazi Kanu was also discharged again by Honorable Justice John Soro in March 2016. He was discharged by John Soro. Still, Nigerian state refused to obey that court order again. Just imagine. And in the same 2016, they moved this case of Nnamdi Kanu to the court of Honorable Justice Ahmed Mohammed, a Fulani man, who told the DSS and also warned them from bringing such case from his honorable court and told them to go and obey the previous court rulings, which are the ruling of Honorable Justice Ademola and John Soro. Then we continue. Now, they now killed us in a bomb. 29/9/30th May, when we were in a gathering in a church, Catholic church. Nigerian army invaded there, kill us, scatter us. Those outside, they kill us. Even they went to the very hospital where we took our people. They went there and took them. People that fell inside water, they poured them acid. In 2016, these things were what we saw. We are just follow us up. We are heading somewhere. Because that is to tell you that Nigerian state this day, they believe in Buhari is a Hitler. They did not see Nnamdi Kanu's presentation. They don't want to see. They don't want to hear. All the politicians was clapping. The Nigerian citizens were happy. Because the Nigerian government lied to them. And said IPOB is the problem. Nigerian Nnamdi Kanu is the problem. While that problem caused IPOB to rise up. So how come the people that started complaining about what they are passing through is not the problem? IPOB rise up because of problems. So they started presenting IPOB and said IPOB is the problem. And their citizens accepted it, thinking that we are, when they crush us, now everywhere will be okay. Forgotten that Nigeria have been in mess for how many years now? They have been changing, they have been taking, there have been coup, there have been civilian president, there have been military president. Nigeria have never been steadfast. They have never been they have never been a country at least standing firm. Always struggle, always struggle. So it is not IPOB that is the problem, because there have been checking points here before IPOB came. Multiple checking points. There are army barracks and police barracks in our land. That is to say, they have been here to fight crime or to intimidate us. So now, they now told the IPOB is the problem, but I have not reached to there. We continue. We will connect the whole dots. Now we continue. We never retaliated in all these killings of IPOB members. We never retaliated. What we do that push Nigerian government to go to the extent of recruiting criminals this time around to act in the name of IPOB and Biafra struggle is because IPOB was using that opportunity to expose the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police to the world. To the extent they started discovering that their image is going down, because every time the Nigerian state, their forces was always on the fence. At this point, they were always on the fence, saying that they did not do it. They did not do it. That is a propaganda, IPOB propaganda. It is a mapoafo. It is inconsequential. Every time, because we keep writing to the US government, we keep tweeting, we keep exposing them. That was our only retaliation, exposing them to the globe. So they now see that. That's when they discover that, no, the next time they need to contract somebody. People that will kill these people and will hide under them and kill them. If we confront them, they will expose us. And when they expose us, the game will scatter and will spoil. So that's when they begin to arrange. Then we continue. Because in 2016, after killing us, we move on in protesting. Now, reaching to 2017, they killed us again in where they call Port Harcourt, which we know as Igbocha. IPOB protesting in solidarity with Donald Trump. In Igbocha, on the 20th of January 2017, we were massacred by the Nigerian state. They arrested us. The police only admitted that they arrested 36, but that they did not kill. Understand this. That is to say, they were denying. Now, in 2016, they said they did not kill. That is to say, they were denying. Killing in National High School, they said they did not kill. That is to say, Army was denying, which means they have no monopoly, and IPOB did not create chance for them to come and kill. We refuse to go into armed struggle. That is to say, we block them from invading our land with any grant. But they keep looking for a grant to be killing us because they don't have the right to kill us. So we kept exposing them. They keep denying. We keep exposing them. They keep denying. Then we continue. Reaching in, was it March or April, they granted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bail from the court of Bintanya, high conditional bail, 12 high conditional bail, right? And the worst of it is that he will not be in the midst of more than 10 people. A prince that lives in a palace where people will always be. So they want him to remain inside the room. So, though they also implicated themselves as a country with that very particular bail condition, because they later realized that allowing Nnamdi Kanu to come inside the court with this very bail condition, that is to say, Nigeria will be guilty of contempt of court, because in the inside the court where Nnamdi Kanu will come in, there will be judge, court clerk, or clerks. Judge, security, the special personal security will be inside the court. Then DSS prosecutor will come in. Nnamdi Kanu's defense counsel will come in. Then the media will also come in. And if you get to there, you will see that you will get more than 10 people. And if you bring Nnamdi Kanu inside the court, he will scatter the court because Nigeria is content of court. By bringing Nnamdi Kanu inside the court where you have more than 10 people against their bail condition, and they knew this at last. They later discovered that they messed up, so they have to go and kill him. So we continue. Reaching in September 2017, the army invaded the house of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the home of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to kill him. What was their reason of going to kill him? Because IPOB refused to dance in their tune in picking up arms upon the excessive force of the Nigerian state against the peaceful protesters of IPOB. Then they said, okay, what we have to do is to free him, then go and kill him. When we kill him, we will proscribe them. That was what happened. They went there to kill Nnamdi Kanu. They killed 28 men. They didn't get him. And they rushed on the 15th, after attacking him, his house on the 14th of September 2017. Then they rushed on the 15th to go and seek for expertise from one Abuja court, or one Nigerian court anyway, and proscribed by IPOB. Remember, there was no ESN. There was no ESN in 2017, no ESN in 2018, 2019, 2020. In case they are trying to deceive you, to bring ESN into the matter as the reason why they prescribe IPOB. You know, some people are ignorant of the fact. Some people also are very, very wicked in nature. Very, very wicked, and some are complicit, some are hypocritical. That is why they know the truth. They always run away from the truth, trying to cover the truth with lies, which is impossible. So now, there was no ESN launched by IPOB in 2017. So how come you now prescribe a peaceful movement in 2017 after attacking their leader? That is to say, the intention of the British was that IPOB would retaliate on the process of the excessive force on the peaceful protesters by the Nigerian armies and police. They thought we would retaliate in arms way. Then they will crush us and tag us terrorists. So it fell. Now they were frustrated to tag us terrorists. Now, on the process, when they tag us terrorists, no international body accepted it. No country accepted it as that IPOB is terrorist. So they went to the UK in 2018. The UK government told them that they need to bring evidences. And since then, Nigeria started planning for evidences. From evidences, they planned everything to put APC in the government house of Imo State. They didn't succeed. They now use Supreme Court to impose Hope Uzodinma on the people of Imo, so that Hope Uzodinma will provide the land of Imo as a land that the Nigerian forces will use to blackmail IPOB. How? The originator of unknown gunmen is Hope Uzodinma and his government. They started testing ground there. On the process to bring evidence against IPOB, on the reason why they proscribed IPOB in 2017 after killing them without any retaliation, without any violence, and they are on the process to bring evidence. They started creating insecurity. They started creating insecurity. Remember, the unknown government started when there was no ESN. Remember this. Remember this. Immediately, Hope Uzodinma comes in. The unknown government started. That was the people they arranged, and they were planning, keeping them ready, so that these people will be handed over to people they recruited, people that will act in the name of Biafra freedom, to implicate IPOB, knowing full well that in 2015, 2016, 2017, upon the excessive force of the Nigerian state against the peaceful protesters, IPOB family members, that we refuse to act in the manner that the British will cherish, which will implicate us. So they now know that we cannot do it, so they have to recruit people that will do it this time around, so that the army will now have a ground to be coming inside the community and be killing us, and also be announcing it that they kill. When they did not agree that they killed in 2016, they never agreed they killed in 2017, but now they are now announcing that they killed. That is to say, somebody have created road for them and gave the Nigerian state ground to invade communities, kill evil youth, and they also tag them IPOB, ESN, but I'm still coming to that place. We continue. So now, when the very unknown government was doing it for Hope Uzalema, they started moving from Imo to Anambra. They started testing ground. Small time, Dave Umahi allowed his own. They started in Ebonyi. They started circulating all the political talks. The Hope governors provided their political talk. Obiano provided his own. Everybody provided his own political talks that they used to kill, snatch ballot papers, scatter people, so they now hand them gun over. They became unknown gunmen. And they were videoing them, posting them, and that was the process to arrange them, prepare them before the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi, as they started planning for his kidnap since 2018. Since 2018, till that he reappeared in Israel, till the day they kidnapped him in Kenya in 2021. In 2021, IPOB maintained self-determination. There were so many propaganda. Nigeria set up 2 people, and before immediately they kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi, they started deploying army into our land. Our people should, and the world should also pick the point that our case was handed over to the Nigerian army. That is the reason you see them keeping Nnamdi Kanu in detention today. They never hope in their courts. They never believe in their courts. They know that they have no issue with us to settle in court. They knew this. All they do is to it is the army that is keeping Nnamdi Kanu in detention. The army is guaranteeing Nigeria nothing is happening. The army took over the case of IPOB. The army is supposed to leave the case of IPOB to the Nigerian state. Not just the president. The pressure is much on the president to free Nnamdi Kanu, but the army insists, telling them they still have something to do. That is why the blackmailing of IPOB keep coming from the army. That is why the army is now taking the position of SAFO. Army is now on media. Army is now in everything. Every day is IPOB, ESN. That is the army took over the case of self-determination when we are not in armed struggle. That is the problem Nigeria is facing today. Even everybody will say free Nnamdi Kanu, but the army will tell the president nothing is happening, that they are ready. Anything will happen, let it happen. That is what our people should also know. That is what the world should know, that the Nigerian army, they are giving the president confidence when they know that IPOB is not raising up arms. So what is their position in self-determination issue, in civil issue? Why is the army always throw themselves in civil issue? They have been access to provide evidence to the British or to the international community to prescribe IPOB. They have destroyed the Southeast. They have destroyed it with their greediness to provide evidence which you can never provide, because IPOB can never be tagged what they did not commit. Then we continue. Now, they brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They deployed army. When they deployed army, they invaded some community. They invaded Izombe. When they invaded Izombe, they ringed their recruits. Their recruits started shouting, should send our men, ESN should go after the army. They are in our community, which is contrary to. This thing is contrary to self-determination and contrary to the duty of ESN. Contrary to that, the ESN was launched to confront Fulani herdsmen terrorists. It is a legitimate duty that Nigeria has been avoiding to present to the world that IPOB, a freedom fighting movement, was able to arrange volunteers and launch a security outfit, not to confront the army, not to confront the police that are killing us in community, but to confront terrorist organization, the fourth deadliest terrorist organization, most deadliest terrorist organization in the world, which was announced by the IEP Global Terrorism Index report on the 22nd of November 2015. We can remember this. Now we continue. So we launched ESN to confront the Fulani herdsmen terrorists that the government have compromised to, and they said that they are invaders from countries, and their final option given to us is our land or our blood, and IPOB said no, is to give out their blood and save the land. That's why we have ESN, and they are basically in the bushes. They do not operate in communities unless a terrorist escape from the bush and go to the community. But you can never hear a gunshot by ESN in a community. They are professional in this. They will use intelligence and catching. That is it. No noise. And that is how they operate. Now, the Nigerian state avoids to publish the activities of ESN, which is killing Fulani cow. They have been avoiding it, because if they avoid it, the world will now know that IPOB is fighting on the global standard, and the IPOB will be lifted greater than they are by the world. So Nigeria choose, they overlook IPOB videos of ESN. Rather, they want to create their own video of ESN in community. So when they were expecting ESN to come out from the bushes and challenge them in communities, they did not see ESN, because that is not their duty. That is in 2021, so 2022, that is not the duty of ESN to come into community. So they were trying to push our ESN command, to command them to come inside the community and defend us. We said no, that is not their duty, and we know their plan. Their plan was, because the northern terrorists have occupied the north, pushing the government to create chance for them in the south. So what they did was to attract us, to attract us to leave the bushes and come to different communities. Then they will signal the Fulani to overrun our bushes, thereby keeping us in the middle. When ESN will want to go back to the bush, if they go, they will say that Fulani have occupied the bushes. So they want to play us on a legit middle game. We play at the middle, our leg will not touch the ball, and we said no. So we continue. Now, let me just try and round up and give some media now, because we are already connecting everything to this very point we are in now. Now, when they discover that those people cannot succeed, so somebody they recruited in Finland started claiming, as they gave him script. Remember Dave Umar, he said they will create a group, right? Another group, counter group against IPOB. So we continue. These people started countering order of IPOB. Countering order of IPOB. Countering order of IPOB. Countering the structure of IPOB. Then from there, they started claiming in charge of IPOB. Remember that Nigerian state wants to attach all to IPOB, because they want to use the name of IPOB to invade community to kill us, because IPOB refused to give them chance 2016, 2017, 2015. They have no chance. So they were on the fence. But they created somebody who will create chance for them, so that they will no longer be on the fence. They will now see a ground to say, we killed them. So this one started shouting. I'm in charge of ESN. The ESN I command operate in community, in all the communities in Biafra land, while ESN operate in bushes. Are you getting it? Then they started inciting. He claimed to be in charge of IPOB forcefully. So Nigerian army was busy publishing the news. And before that, they used Obasanjo to upload, to lift their recruit high before the eyes of the media. Obasanjo said, another person coming to take over from Nnamdi Kanu is a Finnish idiot. He's a Finnish this. He's a Finnish that. So now he's more deadly than Nnamdi Kanu. Right? That was to lift him before the eyes of the media, and also to impose another leader on IPOB through an ex-general and ex-president who will make it look real, that people will say, this one Obasanjo is afraid of. That is the strategy of the government. So we continue. So still it. So as they were on the process to provide evidence, they told these criminals, the political talks that they were parading as unknown gunmen, they handed their contact over to the criminal base in Finland and told him to start parading them as ESN. And the duty of this criminal was to kill our people. Their duty is to attack government facilities, to kill our people, and then nobody was taking responsibility, and they call it Nnamdi Kanu by enforcing it at home that IPOB have. Right? And the reason of the sit at home was that Nigerian DSS refused the lawyer and the siblings, family members of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from visiting him or from seeing him, and we didn't hear. So we say, if the government do not allow us to see our leader, if they have killed him, they should give us his dead body. And if they do not allow us to see him, we will start sitting at home on Mondays until further notice. We did not say until he is being released. We said until further notice. That is to say, the sit at home is optional, can be called off today and start next, because we are doing it for a purpose. If we achieve the purpose, we can call it off, not till eternity. Now, when we call it off, the government took over. From there, they started killing our people with the name of Nnamdi Kanu that already came to save them. They started doing this and the news was bubbling. They started claiming to be ESN. While ESN was in the bush, ESN cannot kill our people that they have saved them from Fulani killing them. So they can come, they will now come and kill them, force them to sit at home, kill them, and ask them why did they come out. This was to create ground for the Nigerian army to do their worst. So from there, the Nigerian army started invading our communities, telling you that they are fighting IPOB ESN. What was their mission? Their mission is now to tell you that they have come to rescue Igbo people from the hand of IPOB. Do you see the program? Which IPOB have come to rescue our people from the hand of the Nigerian terrorists, army and police. But unfortunately, they created somebody that will create chance for them to now be a helper. They want to position us, people who have come to rescue the Southeast from the hand of IPOB ESN. When IPOB ESN is to save them. So that was their program. And the idiot was pushing. And now, Nigerian army now knew that they have seen somebody who used the activity to cover the activities of ESN. So they started shouting, IPOB ESN, IPOB ESN. So they used the crimes of these criminals and they pose it on IPOB ESN. And when they are doing this, they say they are doing it for Nnamdi Kanu. When they are doing this, until the Nigerian army keep pushing, they keep pushing until this time around. Remember when IPOB was prescribed in 2017, there was no ESN. Now this time around, they have tried to hang the crimes of this criminal on IPOB. Even as they said they are, they started taking responsibility at the last, when they have seen that Nigerian army and police have used their activities to pollute the name of IPOB and ESN, which they later wrote, Nigerian state wrote 69 pages, and they handed off a petition, which is 69 Mondays enforcement, violence enforcement in our land by the criminal. They handed it over to IEP. They gave their global terrorism index report 2020-2023, added IPOB in the number 10, which we did not do any. So, and it was later removed, and they apologized for doing so. So we continue. Still on the process to get evidence, so Nigeria keep pushing. So they keep tagging the crimes of these people until the extent that these people now say they are now some people in exile, some idiots in exile. Nigeria government keep tagging it on IPOB and ESN until they say they now have army. Nigerian government can never call their name because they do not run a group. They have no name. So Nigerian government keep tagging the crimes of the people they say they are army on IPOB ESN. And that is where our people should be asking themselves, when will the Nigerian state report the activities of ESN killing Fulani cow? When will the Nigerian media publish the activities of ESN killing Fulani cow, which IPOB is proud of and ready to and they have been taking responsibility and will take responsibilities for more that is coming, right? And why do they choose to be trying to impose the crimes of criminal on IPOB? Now, you can see from today, since the activities of this criminal, Nigerian army can now go into community, kill our people. They will tell you they kill IPOB till 7. They will tell you they kill IPOB till 7. These are people that used to deny that they kill anybody. Currently now, they now agree. They will even announce it by themselves and tell you they kill IPOB, which they did not kill IPOB, because when IPOB told them about our own, they deny. So these people are the evil people they are killing, but using the influence of this criminal they recruited that are operating in the name of ESN and the army, they will now invade community and kill our people and take responsibility that they kill, which they do not have the right, but somebody created the chance for them. This is what we are facing, and today, Nigerian state, I don't know if there is a arrest. They say purported arrest. They now start calling the person IPOB leader when they still have IPOB leader in their detention. Now you can see the complicit of Nigerian state, that they are confused, completely confused. How can you be talking about P2B and you say P2B PDP member? How can you declare Tinubu winner? You say Ahmed Tinubu, who contested with the name of Apoga. It is very, very wrong. Every freedom fighting group leader must lead a group with a name. Let us just give a sample here. Wazike leads Masob. Benjamin Owuka leads the Biafrans movement. Nnamdi Kanu leads IPOB. Now, who launched ESN? IPOB launched ESN. Do you see how it goes? Who calls for sit-at-home? IPOB calls for sit-at-home, not an individual. Now, who declared them in exile? An individual. Do you see it? Now, who will Nigeria heap their crown on? IPOB. Nigeria cannot report the activities of an individual to the world. It's impossible. And Nigeria cannot report activities of crimes without pointing hand on legitimate people. So they will now take responsibility of killing money. Nigeria will now go to the UN and report IPOB and ESN. The criminal will take responsibility of killing police. Nigeria will go to EU and US and report IPOB and ESN. Are you getting the game? Now this criminal will now take video and pictures as army. But when they kidnap our people, they kidnap them in the name of ESN. When they are communicating with the families of the people they kidnap, they communicate them with the name of ESN. When they are threatening people on phone to give them money, they're threatening them with the name of ESN. But when they want to deceive people, they will wear uniform of army and take video and shoot and say they are the Liberation Army. But their job is to implicate IPOB and ESN. Currently, what they are doing, as they are talking about arrest, they are now talking about fundraising, and they have the picture of Nnamdi Kanu, which has no business with this. That is to say, they know what they are doing. All they do is to make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is cited in their crime. That's why when they were raising funds with the name of ESN, they raised funds violently, saying that the ESN fundraising they are raising, they are looking for, that the ESN they are commanding will go after the army, go after the police, and do whatever they tell them to do. But IPOB fundraising for ESN, what you will hear is that you need to support ESN to defend our farmland, defend our farmers, our mothers from being raped, and our land from being forcibly taken by Fulani herdsmen, and our people from not being kidnapped by Fulani herdsmen. It is a different matter that Nigeria can never report. But when you are saying you are going after the army, the Ali Mohammed will go and take it and report to the world, because it is against the law. And they are presenting the name of ESN and IPOB to implicate Nnamdi Kanu. Today, upon the condition and the IPOB have distanced themselves from the criminals' activity, Nigeria keep tagging him IPOB leader, the news calling him IPOB promoter. There is no the other one calling him ESN leader. So that is what we are facing, and from what we are giving to you, you can now check and calculate and know that the Nigerian state is sponsoring insecurity in our land on the process to get evidences against IPOB on why they proscribe us. That is why Nnamdi Kanu is in detention, that they want to get evidence evidence. That is why Nnamdi Kanu is still in illegal detention, because IPOB can never give them evidence. IPOB is in the position to jail Nnamdi Kanu through their activities, but we cannot do it because it is contrary to also our existence. So no other group can commit what you used to jail Nnamdi Kanu because IPOB did not command them. And we are telling the world that now those criminals and the people they are talking about is not IPOB, and any of them that might be arrested or something or somehow should not be attached to Nnamdi Kanu of any kind or IPOB. Thank you, Mazi, from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi. I appreciate you. And the lesson you have given us this morning, it's a very concise rundown from 2015, what happened to Onyenduma and Nnamdi Kanu being abducted from Lagos and kept in their custody. And despite court orders, they refused to obey court orders. And you made it clear that Nigeria never believed in their court. But Buhari came on the international stage and spoke about the law. And you buttressed that by pointing out that they handed this case over to the army, a case of just self-determination, which is a civil case, which is a case of a conversation where conversation should be had. Now, let me ask you one question. You can take your time and explain this. What do you expect should be the reaction of Nigeria? What should Nigeria do? What are they supposed to do with this regards? I mean, the regards of self-determination. What is the expectation from them? Why should they put the army in there? What are they supposed to have done to even begin with? Or what do you expect them to do from now? Maybe someone might say, okay, the Attorney General should just free him. After that, then what next? What is the expectation? Hello, Mazi. Are you still there?
Expect should be
Okay.
the reaction of.
I think he did not hear me clearly. We have a situation here in the studio where he wasn't able to hear me clearly, but I think he's listening to what I said, so he'll just respond very, very soon. Mazi, so I'm sure you didn't hear me. I was asking, what do you expect? What is the right step that Nigeria government is supposed to take, seeing that they took the wrong step with the army, imposing violence on people who are asking for self-determination? What are they supposed to do? Or let's say they don't know what they are supposed to do, and we are here to teach them. Teach them, tell them, what are they supposed to do?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you very, very much. What Nigerians are supposed to do at this very point in time is what is always done in the whole world. Yes, they have tried in their own manner. They will not fold their hands to watch IPOB. Though IPOB refused to present their matter in the understanding of Nigeria, because what they understand is gone. So they have tried their best in positioning IPOB to the area of God. We said no. So this has been their pattern, and we said no, we cannot dance in this. And it is always clear that people fight, either you fail or you defeat somebody, you are victorious. And in this very fight, we have maintained our lane. We have even forced the army to turn to civilian. They are now media men. They no longer point gun. They started pointing gun. The army have come to media. They even had a media seminar. This is as a result of IPOB maintaining their lane and their stand. That is to say, we defeated them. Now, that means that IPOB is more intelligent than even a Nigeria that thought they are government. Why? It's because they cannot persevere. Nigeria cannot persevere. But IPOB can persevere. If IPOB endure the killings of their members, and Nigeria cannot endure radio Biafra broadcast by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it warranted them to go and kidnap him. What about IPOB that they were killing? Who's supposed to go after the army? We didn't do this. That is because IPOB is mature. Then Nigeria, that was playing their own wing of arm, eventually the police now are now media. So that is to say, all they have played have failed. You tag us terrorists, it didn't succeed. You went to Nnamdi, it didn't work. You went to kill him in Kenya again, it didn't work. You went to court to tell him he didn't work. In 2015-2016, you attempted to go on secret trial, it didn't work. Right now, Mazi has secured not less than about 8 court discharges. You didn't obey. Let me count it. Ademola discharged in 2015. No obey. Johnson discharged him. Nobody obeyed. Mohammed said go and obey court orders. They didn't follow the instruction. Binta granted him bail. No way. In 2022, a state high court, I can remember them, a state high court sitting in Omaha on the 20th of, right? Was it 19? Yeah, it's 20th, yes. Okay, on the 19th of January, on the 19th of January 2022, gave a verdict that Nnamdi did not jump bail, that he escaped military assassination attempt, and Nigeria should apologize to him, right? Then, that was number 5. Then, UN also gave order that Nnamdi should be freed immediately. That is 6. Then, because Nigeria is signatory to UN, now, appeal court discharged Mazi Nnamdi and acquitted him. That one is 7. Then, Federal High Court, Umuahia, discharged Mazi Nnamdi and the order that he should be returned back to Kenya. Then, again, Supreme Court ruled that they condemned the revocation of Nnamdi Kanu bail, condemned the way he was arrested, condemned the invasion of his house by the army. These are rulings favorable to Nnamdi Kanu, which is to say, this very ruling prevents him from standing trial, though the court say he should continue in standing trial, but not when the country is guilty of extrajudicial, what is it called? Extraordinary rendition. They kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu, so they have no ground to try him. I'm talking to Nigerian government. You kidnap Nnamdi Kanu, you have no ground to try him. You are guilty of terrorism. You terrorize Nnamdi Kanu, both in his home, both in Kenya. And you have no ground to try him when you are guilty. Unless we go on a neutral ground, another country, or international court. But in your court, you are guilty already. So you cannot try Kanu, and you can see it, you cannot cross him. This is IPOB. And the assistance now, there is no contrary court ruling that IPOB will accept. Because we have counted about 9 and 8 now. None was obeyed. So I don't see anyone that Nigeria want to see in court that they will obey. All their hope is in the army, and what we are telling them now is that it is time to discuss with Mazi. It is very simple. They have tried in convincing their citizens that they have tried. Nobody from Nigerian state will tell the government you have not tried. People that have started fighting people for how many years now? The Nigerian state have tried. If you count it now from 2015, you get how many years they started killing us. They started fighting us. Buhari started fighting till today. So it is not easy job. There are different military exercises carried on in our land. Militaries have done to defeat IPOB. It's not an easy job. Even politician was killed. They killed even people. They attacked prison yard. They killed the army. They killed traditional rulers. They killed local government chairman. They killed Chika Akune. They killed Ahmed Gula. All this was to bring IPOB down. This thing failed. They killed IPOB in Obibo. By Wike, there is nothing they have not done. It didn't work. You threaten IPOB, it didn't work. You kidnap IPOB, it didn't work. You stop everything, it didn't work. So the issue is now, discuss with Nnamdi Kanu. What he needs is referendum. One is that IPOB can never go home empty-handed after losing people. This is sure, certain. We only go home with referendum until our people will have returned. This is the only thing. And there is no other way, because one is that our finding ourselves inside Nigeria is not clear. Nobody has explained to us. And again, our existence in Nigeria is not clear to us because it takes our life. Then, if we can continue with this very condition we find ourselves, presently, this generation have to decide by themselves and say, I want Fulani to come to my community and rape my mother. Then I will vote for Nigeria during referendum. That is it. I want the army to be invading my community. I vote for Nigeria so that after all, after the referendum, Nigeria will become Nigeria. Fine. We know that we did it. But this time around, no elder can give us account of why we are in Nigeria. When we know that our elders are begging, Ohanes will beg, governor will beg. But they say that this is a combined the North, the Yoruba, and the East. But we keep begging. The North is free to buy a aeroplane, but our elders are not free to give us razor blade to barb our head. They will go to the North and beg. And before they receive the razor blade, they will kneel down and condemn us. The people they want to barb their head, they will first of all condemn them and tell them, we know our children are evil. We know Ipob, Nnamdi Kanu is doing wrong. They are not doing right. But give us. So, upon that, the Fulani will not give them the razor. Because you are first of all condemn the people who want to barb their hair with the razor with. So, what will guarantee the government to give you the razor? Nothing. This is the condition we found ourselves. You must condemn your people before you demand anything from the government. We cannot continue with this, and the referendum is the best option. So Nigerian state should discuss with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, give us dates for Biafra referendum. Free him, because you cannot defeat him. And we cannot accept any court ruling that jail Nnamdi Kanu if the age we have mentioned now was not obeyed. That is problem, looking for problem, and that is what I have to say. Discuss with him. It is a time to discuss. Everybody drag to win. So at this point, discuss with him. Give him referendum. We have tried. The parents of Nnamdi Kanu have died in this process. Different people have died. Thousands have been killed. So, and IPOB have not killed any of you. So what is the problem? What do you want to find out? Nothing. Cases have been amended. The warrant Nnamdi Kanu was granted bail on. There are charges there. And these charges was undermined. What we saw in 2021 was amended count charges, which is supposed to be a fresh warrant. Because the bail and the case was, Nnamdi Kanu started answering this case 2015, 2016, 2017, he was granted bail. That is to say, there are charges he was granted bail on, and there are charges there. So how come he was... What we are seeing was amended count charges. Now, yes, we are free to amend charges now by the Attorney General. But the amended charges should be in the around that very year, between the 2015, 2016, 2017. You can amend any charge between them. You cannot kidnap somebody you granted bail in 2017, you kidnapped him in 2021, started bringing amended count charges. That what we hear from the amended count charges is that you, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, from 2020 to 2021, you, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, from 2018 to 2021, you, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, from 2019 to now, these very years of these charges they amended and presented against Nnamdi Kanu 2021-2022 are different from the years he's been accused of terrorizing Nigeria. Understand this. Yes, I do not say you cannot give him another charge, but that should be a different warrant. Nigeria should be aware that we know this. These very charges should not connect with the old warrant because it is completely out of the year is different. But you were busy cooking it on the old warrant he was granted bail. You keep cooking it. It became amended count charges. Somebody you call IPOB leader in 2017. You granted him bail in 2017. Now in 2021, you gave him there was a charge, count 3 of the 15 amended count charges. They say that you, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, from Umuahia, Abia State, what do they call it? You, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, claimed, in other words, professed, yes, that you, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, that's how they wrote it, professed to be a member, leader of a prescribed indigenous people of Biafra. Imagine the year 2018 to 2021. He claimed to somebody who granted bail 2017 as IPOB leader. He now claimed not to be IPOB leader or member, but a prescribed one. Do you understand? And Nnamdi Kanu pleaded not guilty. And the Labaran was saying, Nnamdi Kanu denied being IPOB member. So you see that all these traps have failed. If we begin to analyze this case, you will see that there are complications. I can separate the case one by one, separate it one by one, divide it, and keep it separately. Nigeria will see themselves. So what we are saying is that it has come to a time you will discuss with Nnamdi Kanu and leave him go, treat himself, then the journey, the process begins. Thank you. That's what. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much, Mazi. I think very soon we will perhaps come back and pieces the case step by step. Because this thing has been dragging on for a long time, and this is a man that he's a man that they actually have been torturing for years. So I want to thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, to be able to go through this, and remind us, because, hey, the way life is right now with a lot of things that Nigeria is putting people through, most times we look at what happened yesterday and think, did this really happen? I mean, how could this have happened? I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday and I said to him, now we look at what happened during COVID, the lockdown, and we think it is impossible. How could that have happened? But it happened. It happened in the full view of everybody. Just like the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, some people could be asking, how did this happen? How could you massacre so many people at somebody's home? September 14, at somebody's home. How could you have tried to massacre him? How could you have how could all of that have happened? But it happened. And this is the reality that Biafrans are facing. Thank you very much for that update. And I do appreciate that every time we call you, you do come here. Ndewo Mazi. Thank you very much. Okay, Biafrans, this is, we had our fearless evangelist, IPOB's fearless evangelist, Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku. He took us through so much concerning what has happened in this case since 2015 that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was actually abducted by the Nigeria government. And what crime did Mazi Nnamdi Kanu commit? Nothing. Just because he's calling for self-determination on behalf of IPOB, on behalf of Biafrans. On behalf of Biafrans. That's just it. So the line is open. Let's have a conversation this morning. We have about 20 minutes, so I think it will be enough for us to take about 4 calls. If you have something you want to say, something you want to ask, a question or a contribution, do call in. The number to call is +27 73 8090 689. That's the number to call, and I will bring you to Biafrans. I repeat, the number to call is +27 73 8090 689. Now, there is this write-up at iconsnews.com, and this is very, very important. This write-up here says the enduring relevance of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB's philosophy. This here. The first paragraph, let me read the first paragraph while I wait for your call. It says, in every generation, certain leaders rise who challenge the status quo and give voice to the voiceless, standing firm against injustice and oppression. For the Igbo people and Biafrans at large, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has emerged as one such leader. Like Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., and Nelson Mandela, Kanu embodies the principles of non-violence, resilience, and an unyielding commitment to truth and justice. His leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, is rooted in the moral high ground of non-violent resistance, aimed at securing the inalienable right of self-determination for the Biafran people. It goes on to say, despite countless provocations, media misinformation, and deliberate attempts to misrepresent IPOB's mission, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's philosophy remains clear truth. Okay, it says Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's philosophy remains clear. Truth is the light by which darkness is dispelled. Through his leadership, IPOB has stood as a beacon of hope, echoing a timeless message of peace and justice that resonates far beyond the borders of Nigeria. It goes on to say, at the heart of IPOB's struggle lies the principle of non-violence, a belief that the battle for justice can be won not through weapons of destruction, but with the power of ideas, truth, and collective will. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has repeatedly emphasized that IPOB's mission is not to wage war, but to awaken the conscience of the world to the plight of the Biafran people. As the adage goes, he who believes will see his destiny fulfilled. Kanu believes in the universal truth that oppressors derive their power from the consent of the oppressed. By withdrawing that consent through peaceful means, IPOB seeks to dismantle structures of oppression. Much like Gandhi's Ahimsa and Satyagraha, Kanu's leadership is centered on a deep moral conviction that freedom achieved through violence is no freedom at all. Instead, IPOB employs strategies such as civil disobedience, sit-at-home protest, and international advocacy to shine a light on the injustices faced by Biafrans. In every struggle, there are those who seek to muddy the waters. For IPOB, Simon Ekpa has become a proverbial thorn in the flesh, misusing the name of the movement to promote violence and chaos. His actions, though loud, are akin to the proverb that a true warrior does not panic in the face of challenges. IPOB's resolve remains steadfast, rejecting the distractions of those who do not share its vision of peace and progress. It is crucial to note that Simon Ekpa has never been part of IPOB. His violent rhetoric and actions betray the movement's values and serve as tools for IPOB's detractors to tarnish its image. As the saying goes, when a chicken runs headlessly, it is its life that is at risk, not the pursuers. Simon Ekpa's action reflects a personal agenda that contradicts IPOB's core philosophy of non-violence. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu recognizes the power of education as a tool of liberation. In his words, knowledge is light, and it illuminates the darkest corners of oppression. Through IPOB's educational outreach programs and media platforms like Radio Biafra, Kanu has worked tirelessly to educate the world about the Biafran cause, emphasizing the principles of justice, equity, and freedom. This aligns with the broader ideals of global citizenship education, GCED, which fosters a sense of belonging to humanity as a whole. IPOB's advocacy is not just about Biafrans, but about setting a global example that the oppressed can rise without resorting to violence, and that the voice of truth, when amplified, can break the chain of tyranny. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's leadership offers timeless lessons for a world increasingly plagued by division and conflict. His insistence on peaceful resistance, even in the face of unimaginable adversity, is a reminder that violence may win battles, but only justice wins wars. As he often states, a single voice can't clap. The struggle for Biafra is a collective endeavor rooted in the principles of solidarity, truth, and moral courage. In his famous talisman for decision making, Gandhi asked people to consider the poorest and weakest among them before taking any action. Similarly, Kanu's philosophy challenges us to ask, does this action advance the cause of justice? Does it uplift the downtrodden? Does it align with the universal principles of humanity? The struggle for Biafra is not merely a regional issue. It is a call to the global conscience to stand against injustice in all its forms. It is time for the international community to separate IPOB's peaceful mission from the actions of rogue actors like Simon Ekpa and to hold the Nigerian government accountable for its violence, for its violations of human rights. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's vision of a free Biafra, achieved through non-violence and dialogue, is a testament to the enduring power of truth. His leadership is a gift, not just to Biafrans, but to humanity. A reminder that the light of justice, no matter how dimmed, can never be extinguished. As history has shown, truth, like the sun, endures every cloud. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB's non-violent struggle will remain a shining example for generations to come. This is written by Family Writers Press. So go to Icons News and you'll be able to take your time, read it. This is a wonderful piece, and it clearly states the principles governing this struggle, governing the restoration of Biafra. Okay, let me go to the calls. Okay, the caller that was on the line has dropped. Okay, the line is still open now, so you can call in. Let's have a conversation this beautiful morning. I realized that, like I said, most times when I connect to Facebook, we do have disconnect. We do have disconnect sometimes when I connect to Facebook, but yeah, today we did have some disconnections, but do not worry. This program is also on Facebook. This program this morning is also on Facebook. Let's go to the caller on the line. Caller, welcome to Radio Biafra. I hope you can hear me. No? Okay. I hope you can hear me, caller. Yes, please go ahead, introduce yourself and your opinion. Ndewo.
Yeah, good morning, Mazi and brother. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Chukwu Emmanuel, and I'm speaking from my location. Thank you once again, as always. I greet my leader, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who set up this platform to expose so many things. I greet him once again. Thank you. As I've said before, I want to make it very clear. Ndị Igbo sị na eziokwu bụ ndụ. Mgbe anyị wụ ụmụaka, before the war, ndị mmadụ na-eme ha zụrụ moto, ụfọdụ moto ha edeghị eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ịgụọ ya oge ụfọdụ due to your age, ị ga-amatachi ihe ime emere. Ọtụtụ ga-amara ihe eziokwu bụ ndụ pụta.
So, are you hearing me?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead. I hear you loud and
Okay. Nnamdi Kanu ji eziokwu wee bịa ịgba ama ka mara ihe eziokwu mbụ n'elu ụwa. Ndị Naijiria were okwu asị na ọgha na wayo webata. Let me talk with so that people will understand what I'm saying. I don't know what is going on.
you are coming out. I don't know why you keep you are coming out. You are loud and clear. What is going on? Okay. I think you are struggling to hear me. What is going on? Please go ahead. You have about 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
So, what am I trying to say here is that, okay, what am I trying to say is this. Our leader has, our leader has done his best. And those people that is fighting our leader, I think before now, we supposed to understand that the truth is the only thing that anybody can fully will become a human being. Nnamdi Kanu is saying Chukwu Okike Abiyama to liberate Nigeria, to liberate Africa, to liberate black people under the roof of heaven. But surprise, surprise, Nigeria